You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie,
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we toke cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
And today we are decked out in some 80s, what would it be described as? 80s, it's not memorabilia, 80s
Style?
fashion, stylish clothing, because today is Duran Appreciation Day.
Woo woo.
Woo woo!
Right?
So other than that, what else we got on the show? What else we got on the show other than Duran? I'm so
sorry,
excited.
I'll take any excuse to dress up in 80s garb.
I'm excited
for sure.
about anytime
Oh,
there's-
garb, is that it?
Garb?
80s garb.
80s garb. We're in 80s garb.
Is that the word?
That jacket is awesome.
This actually is from the 80s. This was my mom's.
Oh, that looks fantastic.
Right?
Yeah. I love the earrings match. The
I got those at Kimberly's.
Kimberly's
Deja Vu
Boutique
in
Belleville.
Belleville. Yes, I love her stuff, and it's a consignment store.
Yeah.
So it's not something that you know somebody else is going to be walking around wearing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, before we break down the outfits a little bit more.
Oh yes, what's coming up?
What's coming up on the show?
We've got our word of the week,
and our high five list.
Mary Jane strains.
Playing a game of strain or no strain, but this time Mary Jane Baker is the contestant.
Oh, I'm scared now. Not really. And then we have Teaching Timmy.
I love Teaching Timmy episodes.
I was hoping I could scare you.
What have I been taught so far? I've been taught how to roll a joint.
Yeah.
I've been taught how to do weed math.
Yes.
And I've been taught how to make a bong out of a water bottle with a pen.
Yes.
That was it.
That's it. Well, and we had to use a lighter, but
Yeah. That was awesome. And so I don't know what today's is. I have some stuff over here, but I don't know how it's all going to unfold. But there's
no folding.
There's no fold
or unfolding.
Oh, I thought you were going to teach Timmy origami.
No.
Oh, maybe on another day. Hey, do people roll their joints in special origami shapes? Because that would be pretty cool.
What's interesting? Some people like to fold the paper in a certain way before rolling a joint. So kind of origami-ish.
Has anybody rolled origami? Has anybody rolled a joint that looks like a swan?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say yes, because if you don't know who Weedstagram is,
right,
you need to look him up.
So he rolls joints.
I've sent you some of his stuff. He rolls crazy joints. That's actually how I met Weedstagram, was at some event somewhere where he rolled this incredible joint. I think he even made the news for rolling a joint that was like a hand.
Hey, what's the craziest joint that you've seen then? In a crazy, not like, because I know people are like, this is the largest joint in the world. But I'm talking have you seen one that's shaped like a gorilla or a goose or a monkey? Those are all just random things picked from my brain.
Yes, I'm Cody Van Gogh. That whole time, Cody, I'm sorry, I was racking my brain trying to think your name. He creates masterpieces. with weed and papers.
I can imagine you wouldn't want to smoke it afterwards, though.
Honestly, I wouldn't. I probably would purchase it just to leave it on a shelf in a
Right.
cupboard because I mean, I know they can burn. They do burn. I've seen people like these guys roll them especially for events and then they light them, but it's art.
Right. I
it's
can imagine
beauty.
you'd have to be like completely out of weed. Like,
smoke
to
it?
sit there and say, am I going to take that off the counter? And am I going to?
No, because probably by then it would be so degraded that you wouldn't want to smoke it.
No.
I mean, like honestly, Cody, if you're, you should probably just have for people like me, use something like oregano instead of cannabis, just to showcase your art.
Just to do the art. Yeah, right.
You know, because
Wait, could you smoke oregano?
I wouldn't suggest
recommend it?
but
not a
there
good
are
substitute?
herbs. There are herbs that have been used for many
isn't
years
cannabis an
for
herb?
like tea. You know, like somebody gave me some blue lotus flower recently, dried blue lotus flower, and said it was a blend that I could blend with my cannabis. I'm not really comfortable blending flowers with my flowers.
Right. And you've taught me about flour.
Yes.
Wait, okay. There is flour. There is tinctures. There is edibles.
Yeah.
There are topicals.
Mm-hmm.
And I always feel like I miss one. Wait. Flour, topicals, edibles, tinctures, and concentrates.
Yes, which is also
Which
an
is also an extract.
Yes.
All right. Teaching Timmy is working. Mary Jane Strains is working. Word of the Week is working. I am learning a ton on this show, and hopefully you as well, because we want non-consumers to be watching and listening as well, to kind of break down some of the unknowledge. But I'm sure there's people in the cannabis industry that also, you were saying that people don't tend to use the word flower, and you had talked about that one day, and that's not a well-known term, and maybe somebody learned from that too.
It's more a legal term, yeah. And especially with the words of the week. I'm specifically trying to start at the very beginning. Like we talked about THC and CBD and, hemp. And now we're going through the different types of concentrates. So we've done keef, we've done hash, and then today we're going to do resin. So trying to teach people so that way when they do go into a cannabis store or go online and they see something that says, edible or topical, they can actually know, oh, okay, so a topical is for my skin.
Right.
So they already know that.
Because you don't want to be rubbing edibles on your skin.
Or topicals in your stomach.
Or topicals in your stomach. Yeah, so if you haven't been watching the show, you need to go back to the beginning because you're actually like walking through. Even though all of our shows, I think, function on their own, we do have kind of this flow, like you said, that you're building, teaching people right from the very beginning and walking through a series. So if you're new to this or you're just interested to kind of learn a little bit more, go back to the beginning, work your way through the episodes. Hopefully you have a lot of fun and learning at the same time.
I think you should go back anyways, just because we had some really amazing guests.
We have.
Early on.
And some great outfits.
That's true, and some awesome outfits. Remember Towel Day?
Towel Day was good.
That was
Towel
fun.
Day was good. Towel Day was a precursor to Naked Day, which we haven't officially set up, but we're,
Naked Gardening Day has already passed.
Yeah,
for
but
this
we'll
year.
eventually get through to Naked Gardening Day.
Yes.
And so basically, we're trying to build a following so that when that day comes, it's an exciting day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so today is Duran Duran Appreciation Day. Is an 80s theme for anybody who knows anything about me. Like the 80s is, well, the 80s is. It's the greatest thing that's ever been created.
It is.
I
was created in the 80s.
You were, yes, absolutely, right? So
And you were born in the 80s.
I was born.
So.
I was born in 1980. 1980. Imagine that.
You were still created in the 70s.
Yeah, but
it was like
wait.
you were like, no, I'm not. I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my mom was carrying me for like 8 years. I was like, I'm not coming out yet.
I'm waiting
I'm
to the
not
80s.
coming out to the 80s. The 80s was the greatest thing ever. If you go online, you can actually find. I have a Christmas song,
You do.
but it's more of an 80s tribute, even though it's Christmas themed, and it's just called Santa, Please Bring Back the 80s.
It's like a prayer.
It's a prayer.
Santa.
It is. It's a prayer to Santa. Yeah. And I
It's
think
actually kind of sweet.
there might be a video up there as well when I do my 80s tribute on stage. I'll have to see if that's even up there online. But if you haven't seen that, that will come up again. Usually I do it in the Christmas season.
Yeah, the song on YouTube is great, but seeing you perform it on stage, it's like a 5-minute song turned into a 45-minute.
Yeah, it's
amazing.
It is an 80s. It is an 80s extravaganza. And I wear this. And now, so I even came. So you've got. I do want to point this out though. Not only do the colors reflect the 1980s.
Yeah.
But
the shoulder pads.
The shoulder pads. But when we were looking up, because we did a little bit of research on Duran Duran.
Oh yeah.
And we found all these pictures of them wearing like these blazers.
So sexy with these like shoulder
Right?
pads.
And I'm like you nailed it. You got the color right. You got the shoulder pads. You got the blazer look.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna have Duran Duran
And the earrings to
Appreciation Day,
match.
right? Now over here, I didn't go Duran Duran, but I went 80s. Any opportunity I can go 80s. So I'm rocking my Ninja Turtles.
I can't believe you stuck the tag over Michelangelo's face.
It's everybody's least favorite turtle. But anyways, okay, let's not get into that now. I don't like we literally probably lost viewers. I apologize. All Ninja Turtles.
All Ninja Turtles matter.
I wasn't gonna do it, but you did it.
But I said all.
I know.
Or is it every?
I don't even know.
Oh, the Ninja Turtles
The
matter.
Ninja Turtles matter. The
Is that
four of
right?
them and the rat.
Michelangelo matters.
He does. Donatello was actually my favorite. I used to play
The
the
purple
video
guy?
game one in the arcade, and he had the rod, and he could like stick it in and leap over.
Careful.
Yeah, I know. So okay. So for those
You're
of you who
no
can't
Donatello.
see, no Donatello. No. Normally I can stand up. Okay.
Yeah, you're not in shoes today though, Timmy.
No.
Oh
so
dear.
so these
Careful.
are my shorts.
Those are your shorts. Those
And
are short
look.
shorts. Oh dear.
Look at the toe.
Just turn a little bit that way.
Oh.
Oh yeah, those are short shorts. Sit and put your foot on the table. There we go. Oh, the socks. The
Right?
socks.
Oh, yeah, there we go. How's that look? Yeah, socks.
I can hear the producer and they're giggling. Oh, yep.
So, in the 80s, we liked the short shorts. We liked clothes that didn't fit
And the
properly.
bright colors,
And the bright
right?
colors.
Like the bright
I feel
socks.
I feel like I want to show my skates more, but these are actually I tell all these in my stage
Can
presentation.
you put one up on the table?
I'm gonna put one up.
Okay.
Yeah. These are rentals, and a whole long story about why I have them, but
Yeah, because they don't have roller skate
No,
arenas
no,
right
and
now
they used
anymore,
to have
so you
roller-
can't rent them.
they literally used to have roller skate arenas like they were like Tim Hortons, like literally every corner. Like, I think the goal was back in the 80s was like, just because it was the 80s, like every 8 minutes you had to come across a roller rink. That was a rule. And,
I honestly think they should bring them back, personally.
why?
They were awesome. Those skates are not so awesome.
They are. I gotta find a way. Okay.
We need to fix it. We need to get you a new rubber stopper. We
Yeah.
need to get it like sealed. Your foot, it's like
seal. Kiss
it's
by a
flapping.
rose. I know. Hello. I feel like it's like a Pee Wee Herman show. Pee Wee's playing.
we really should do a Pee Wee show.
Hey, Mr. Roller Skate. Hey, Timmy. How are you?
Oh wait, they can't see it. Do it again. There we go. It actually looks like a face.
Hello, Timmy. Hello, Timmy. Is that better? It's amazing the amount of work we try to do just to get one good shot.
You think that's bad? You should see us at home. Oh dear.
Talk through my skates all day long. MJ loves.
I
the
meant
state-
trying
the
to
skate
find the
conversations.
right. Don't tell people that.
Okay. All right. Won't tell our secrets. So anyway, so that's why we're decked out for Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Yeah.
When
I even got the leather on the bottom too.
we're killing it, and I think your hair has been teased up a little bit.
Yeah, I said a couple nasty things to him before we came in the studio, so it's a little
Teasing.
pissed off.
That's so bad. All right. So before we get into, we have a couple. Well, no, we don't. We don't have a couple. We have one 80s themed thing after this. My high five list is
Okay.
80s theme, but the rest of it is
Yeah, my word of the week is not.
it's all cannabis
80s
related.
Yeah.
But so let's go into your word of the week first.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. All right, word of the week. Let's
All
do this.
right. So this week's word is resin.
Resin.
Resin. Not to be confused with that stuff that other people use to do art and, seal things, like maybe your roller skates.
Can resin
I don't
do
think, honestly, maybe, I don't know, but not this resin. This is
I
also
actually
known
skate in
as,
these, by the way, in case anyone's thinking they're just props. I go skating with them like this.
yes,
So
on the beach, well,
the
at the
beach.
boardwalk.
yeah.
Well, not the boardwalk, that like paved thing beside the boardwalk.
Yeah, it's impressive. Everyone else on their roller blades.
Yeah,
Please.
I'm a rollerblader.
I can do the crossovers.
See, that's funny because I was born in the 80s,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm a 90s baby
Yeah.
because I was born in like the late 80s.
Yeah.
So everything I know and love is 90s.
Yeah, it's a shame. Some people,
Wow.
Except
for you, you're 80s.
well, I literally, I don't know. I feel blessed to be one of the chosen ones, right? There was a handful of people in the history of our world that got to really enjoy the 80s at the right time of life, and I just feel I don't know why I was chosen, but I mean I've actually been chosen as a prophet to tell
To bring
people
it
about the
back.
80s. Yeah, there's always one person, kind of like a lampstand.
See, I would have liked to have been around the 60s. That's
Yeah.
where I would have I wanted to go to Woodstock.
Well, 60s was a very cannabis decade.
It was
right?
just very loving.
80s was very
it
cocaine.
Acid.
Yeah, that was a whole different. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see. Yeah. Now, mind you, I
You didn't
I don't want to go back
partake.
to the 80s because I want cocaine, but but you wanted the 60s because that would be a very free. Now, but here's the thing, though.
I just
Cannabis
love like
was
the,
so free flowing, but yet it was illegal, wasn't it?
I just honestly, I like the bus. I like the hippie
Oh, I love-
hairstyles. I love the clothing. I love the music. I love the feeling from just there was this like unity, and
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like you can almost catch a whim of it. Like we went for a walk the other day.
Mm-hmm.
How many people were out on the street? There was tons.
Yeah.
And people were smiling. There was like everybody was friendly. Now I know this doesn't happen everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
but I really felt like maybe we might be coming into this state of unity again.
Well, they do say they, like, who's they? Like, I mean, how do we know?
Everybody's
How
they.
do we know who these people are? But somebody says that when we come out of COVID, that we're going to go into like we could go back into like a late 60s, 70s, like a free love, like a very, like people are afraid that when we come out of COVID, everyone's going to, like somehow we've been conditioned and trained to be separate. But I think there's going to be this, so they're saying, yeah, that it's a very close, open, people risking things and
Well,
living.
like the Roaring 20s.
Yeah, that would be a similar thing too. I think that's going to be the case for like entertainment. I think live entertainment. I mean, I'm just happy that I've been able to stay alive financially and just squeak through this period because I do think that the entertainment world, I think live theater, which was dying, is going to come back with a vengeance. But I think culturally, there's going to be this boom of people trying new things and experimenting and dropping, like they say, the great resignation is coming, where people have realized that they want to try different jobs, and some people have already.
Biblical.
Yeah, well, it's not. Well, it could be unless you unless you
coming.
believe it's the end times or whatever. But I don't know.
You
I
just
think
said
there's-
like the Great Resignation.
yeah, that's what it's called, the Great Resignation. It sounds biblical, but
That's
it's-
it. I quit.
I quit. That's what's happening. People are like, I'm tired. I'm tired of working at this job where you overwork me. I've learned a lot about being able to work at home, work at my own pace. I've learned to create new skills. I've learned to start a new business that I could create some income while I wasn't able to do whatever my old job was. And people are realizing that they had these passions, they had these skills, they had these desires, they had these things that they always wanted to do, and then COVID stopped them and they realized they had procrastinated. And
I think you're giving people too much credit.
I don't
Honestly,
think so at
I
all.
think there are those people, but you will also have the people that were used to going to a building from 9 to 5 and enjoyed that life as much as they might have bitched about it on the weekend and, TGIF. They enjoyed the fact that they were able to leave their house and go to an office and chat with people on their break and their lunch and then go home.
Yeah.
But now work has changed. So they're doing the same work, but they're doing it at home, paying for their own hydro, their own internet bill, their own phone bill, using their stuff for work. And they're like, why am I doing this when I can find something that's more suitable for myself?
Oh yeah, there will always be a segment of the population that kind of has that. But I do think though there's going to be an opening up.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be quite the time for those of us who had to come through it. A lot of people, we were talking earlier just before taping today about the fact that people who complained, I'm bored. It's like, okay, well, you just had a year and a half of COVID. Now you know what boredom can feel like. Now you can't be bored anymore.
So my son the other day, he says, I'm going for a walk. And I almost fell off my chair because this kid has shown no desire to go for a walk.
Because he has no legs. It'll be like a miracle.
He might as well have no legs, because for the last year and a half, every time I said I want you to go outside, he'd go, but why? And now he's literally so sick and tired of being in the house that he's like, yeah, I'm getting tired of this.
Yep.
So I feel like whether you said, you didn't have enough time or now you have too much time, either way, you better come out on the other side of this excited to be on the other side of it.
Appreciating life. And like I said, I think it's a time to explore and to try new things.
That was a big rabbit hole to go on from the word
Yeah.
resin.
Yeah, from resin.
Because I didn't even finish the word.
That's what we were doing, word of the week?
We were.
Oh, I thought we were still in our intro.
No.
Okay, all right, let's get back to word of the week, shall we?
Okay. You should put your skate on the ground. Yeah, I seen that look. Okay, so.
Then I wouldn't be able to do that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so resin, also known as live resin, there's a reason why it's called live. Okay? It's because it's made from freshly harvested, flash frozen cannabis buds and sugar leaves.
Okay.
Did you get that? I know that was a lot.
Flash frozen leaves.
Okay, so flash frozen, freshly harvested cannabis buds and sugar leaves.
Okay,
So the
freshly, so they pull it up and they freeze it. It's
Exactly.
Just like so it's as good as freshly picked.
Exactly. And the
Okay.
reason they flash freeze it is to preserve the essence of the plant. It also gives you more flavor and aroma.
Okay.
So there is an extraction process that is done immediately after you take the plant material out of the freezer. It is used, you used a solvent, or you're supposed to use a solvent with it.
Okay.
Most solvents, all solvents, except for water, which I don't think is actually a solvent per se. But as we talked about with hash, right? Like, anyways, it's either like an alcohol or a gas or something like that they would use to extract the resin from the fresh plant material. However, it is extremely dangerous. And people have been known to... That's why I'm like, I don't even feel comfortable telling you what solvent people use, because all this information is online. You can search it yourself. But with that being said, this is extremely dangerous stuff. People have blown up their houses, their apartments, their families. It best to be left to the people with labs that do closed loop extraction. If you're going to Google that.
Closed loop extraction.
Yes, because that is the safe method on how to create that sort of concentrate. And that's why I just purchase that stuff, because I don't know how to do it, and I'm no scientist, and I don't have a lab, and I just leave it to the experts. Right. But that's what live resin is.
So live resin is, okay, let's see if I get this right. It's freshly harvested, flash frozen leaves and buds.
That is put
sugar
through
leaves.
Yeah, which is put through an extraction process, and then you end up with this like.
Was that the thing that I saw where we went somewhere and they do this press?
That's next week.
Oh, tune in to next week when we talk about.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And very similar. Next week, our word is rosin.
I couldn't believe
is
how
resin.
little you were getting out of the pressing but anyways,
that
that's
depends
a whole
on
different
how
thing.
much trichomes are on the plant.
All right, so tune in next week for that episode.
Yes.
All right, so resin.
Every
time you said flash frozen, I kept thinking of flash dance.
Oh.
I have this interpretive dance.
And you think of that, I think
dance.
of the Flash, like, the super fast superhero.
Yeah, he's so far down my superhero list, I don't even...
Super what?
Super what?
Exactly.
Flash Gordon!
That's why he's never in your thoughts.
I think that's like a 70s. Was that a 70s show? Flash Gordon.
I don't know.
Anyways, so our high five list today.
High five.
High five. We wanted to specifically, even though we are 80s themes, we did want to celebrate Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Yes.
What's interesting is that this day is Duran Duran didn't set it up. It was a disc jockey. I can't remember which city he was from.
Okay.
He was a disc jockey, and he just picked this particular day because it was his birthday. So
happy birthday.
Yeah, so on my birthday, I am going to officially call it Share Appreciation Day. So Share Appreciation Day is July 21st. So next July 21st, we will all celebrate Share Appreciation Day. But today, because he got to it first, we do Duran Duran Appreciation. So I got these. These are my top 5 interesting facts about the musical band Duran Duran.
Okay.
And if you're in the age group that's like, who? Google them up. Not hard to find, because they were one of the most popular bands in the world. Okay? Get this. They started in 1978.
Okay.
Their first album came out in 1981, which was just called Duran Duran. Okay? For those kids, D-U-R-A-N. D-U-R-A-N. Just use the first word, copy, paste, put it up there, then push send. So 1981. So the bulk of their most famous work were through the 80s. They started in 1978. They were part of the British kind of invasion of stuff that was coming in through the 70s and 80s. 100 million records were sold by Duran Duran. They're on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. 14 studio albums. Okay, you probably recognize some of the songs to this day. Ordinary World, The Reflex.
I'm literally sitting here blank because I don't know.
Hungry Like a Wolf.
I do know that one.
Right. That one actually was in an earlier episode. We did top 5 new terms for the Munchies, and I said it should just be called Hungry Like a Wolf.
Okay.
That's what that reference was, right?
You like those throwbacks.
I do like those throwbacks. Girls on Film, which was something they had done. It was actually banned on MTV. You remember MTV?
When they actually used to play music?
Yeah, it was banned on MTV and the BBC, but I think everything gets banned on the BBC. And then like Rio's a great song too. Anyways, I know this is out of your
yeah.
This is out of your thing, but here you go. Here's some interesting facts though. Interesting facts.
Oh, those weren't any of the facts?
No, that was just
I learned so much already. Okay.
Those were just like facts. Like
my head hurts.
I couldn't put 100 million albums sold as one of my top 5 interesting facts.
Okay, so let's see what you have for
now we're going for the top 5 interesting facts because you found some of those interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how about these? Number 5 on Timmy's high 5 list. Princess Diana the late Princess Diana, one of my favorite princesses of all time, said multiple times publicly that Duran Duran was her favorite band. So the People's Princess gives them the stamp of approval. So if you love Princess Di, check out Duran Duran, because
who didn't love Princess Di? She
Right?
was the people's princess.
And if she says Duran Duran is the best, who are we to argue at that point? But true story. She was publicly, and they were flattered, as I would be too.
Yeah.
If she was still around today, I'm sure Timmy Boyle would be one of her favorite comedians. But we'll never know. So we'll just assume that
I'm
would have been her
like
choice.
trying to imagine a world that she still existed.
Right? Sad. We don't want to get into a sad thing. Here we go.
No, it'd be an amazing world.
Number 4 on Timmy's High Five list on Duran Duran Appreciation Day. They used to perform in a nightclub called Barbarella. Okay? So their name came from a character in the movie Barbarella. There was a movie Barbarella with Jane Fonda, I believe, back in 1968. It was a sci-fi film. And there was a character in that movie named Mr. Durand Durand. So they just took off the D's. I don't know why. I don't know why you would just call yourself Durand Durand. It is harder to say. Try saying it. Durand Durand. It makes sense to pull the D's up.
Oh my God, that's like the rural
Durand,
juror.
rural juror.
I'm in that movie,
In
the rural juror.
Yeah, check out 30 Rock for that reference there. So that's where they named it from. It was actually a character from a sci-fi movie from the 60s called Barbarella, which was the same name of a club that they used to perform in back in England. And his name was Mr. Durand Durand. But I now know why they dropped the D's, because Duran Duran flows better. Number 3 on my list of Duran Duran interesting facts. There were 3 tailors in the band. Now, that's not an interesting fact if you know the band.
Like,
Okay.
by profession or by name?
Nick Rhodes, John Taylor,
Okay, name.
Roger Taylor, Andy Taylor, and Simon Le Bon.
And
Now,
none of them were related?
none of them are related.
Oh, that's messed up.
None of them are related.
I call hashtag bullshit on that. How are they all 3 of them tailors?
Right?
That's like, hey, we're putting out a casting call for all musicians with the last name Baker or Boyle.
Well, they tried putting that out for Le Bon's, and they couldn't find any more. So they were like, okay, let's go. Should we go with Rhodes or Taylor? And they're like, let's go with Taylor. So they went and they got 3. So 3 other 5 bands. It reminds me of my junior high class. Back in junior high, I had in my class, I might not get this exactly right,
Or you
but
say it's Ryan.
no. So there were 2 Tims.
Okay.
Okay, if you're in this class, just understand you'll get the principle, even if I'm not right. There were 2 Tims, there were 2 Andreas, 2 Sarahs, 2 Kathys, 2 Jasons, and I think there was a couple. Did I say Andrea already?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that was it. But literally half our class was made up of 5 names.
You know why that is?
If you were in that class, you know who you are.
You know what happens?
What?
Everybody watches television. Like, okay, so I named my son Aiden.
Aiden. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because you know him. That's what you've been calling him. So when I named him, I thought it was like super rare. Never heard anybody with that name before. Now, this was 2005. Fast forward, I started hearing about Aiden, Braden, Jaden, Caden, Hayden. And I'm like, what is going on? Payden?
Right now, everybody.
You know what happened? I didn't watch soap operas.
Oh, see, that's why you should watch soap operas.
The hot doctor on one of the soaps was Aiden.
Right.
So all the other women that are pregnant at home
Yeah.
watching soap operas, they're all like, "Oh, Sarah.
That's why.
Oh, Tim."
That's why junior high classes in the early 2000s or late 2000s had 2 Rosses, 2 Rachels, 2 Monicas.
Oh
only
my
one
God, the Phoebe.
5 Phoebes.
Do you know how to spell Phoebe?
Phoebe.
P as in Phoebe, H as in Hebe, O as in Obie, E as in Eb, B as in BB, and E as in hello there, mate.
I'll give you a high five for that one. So 3 Taylors, not related. Number 2 on my list of Duran Duran interesting facts, they actually wrote a Bond song. So, you know, the James Bond movies. So in 1985, it was A View to a Kill with Roger Moore. He was one of my favorite Bonds. And they wrote the Bond song for that.
Oh.
It was called A View to Kill. But this is interesting. It's the only James Bond song that reached number 1 in the U.S. So Duran Duran wrote a Bond song for one of the James Bond movies, and it reached number 1. Only James Bond song to do that. In the UK, it was, I guess recently is relative, but it was only recently passed by Adele's Skyfall, which she did for not Roger Craig, Craig, that guy. His last name's Craig. What's that James Bond guy's name? Michael Craig? Jimmy Craig? Jimmy Craig Corn, and I don't care.
Bond. I'm not into the Bond.
I haven't.
The only one I know is that dun 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 dun. Oh wait, that's Mission Impossible.
That's Mission Impossible.
See, this is how much I watched
like
those.
Ethan Hunt. Yeah.
I thought it was Tom Cruise.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he plays Ethan
my God.
Hunt. That's okay. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it might as well be. What's that guy who goes to the Nakatomi Tower?
That's John McClane, and that's
See,
not
thank
funny.
you. I thought it was.
And the number one interesting Duran Duran fact on Timmy's high five list is that they have a board game. 1985.
Shut up.
Yeah, an actual board. It's called Into the Arena, and it came out in 1985. A Duran Duran board game. I have not seen.
They made some really weird board games.
I
what
have
is
not
that about?
seen. I don't know.
You just.
But
know...
I want to find it on eBay. I want to try to find it. Bon Jovi is, I think, one of the best bands coming. Bon Jovi doesn't have a board game.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I need to now
You
look.
didn't look yet.
Does AC/DC have one? Does Def Leppard have one? They probably have. I bet you they have Monopoly games, like the Bon Jovi Monopoly games. They have Monopoly
there's
games
a Monopoly
everything. There's like a Monopoly Belleville.
There's Weedopoly.
What? Yeah, well, that makes sense.
And Ghettopoly.
Ghettopoly. That's not right.
There really is.
There is?
Yeah.
What's the most expensive street on that one?
I think it's someplace in Oshawa.
It's a Canadian
It's like
game?
Wentworth or something.
All right. Well, if you live on Wentworth in Oshawa, you're famous now. All right. So that was my high five list. Interesting fact. Those were interesting.
They were really interesting.
I think ultimately, though, I enjoyed the 3 Taylor one. But anyways.
I still call bullshit.
We'll look into that. And we'll also find out how we can buy one of those games.
Yes.
Okay. Mary Jane's strain. Let's get into that.
Okay. So this strain is a particularly one that's close to my heart because I just tried this and was knocked on my ass. I don't want to say it. Okay, I was knocked on my ass. I'm just going to say it.
Believe me, we've already lost listeners at this point. So
Visitors. So it's called GMO Cookies, and it's by Spinach. And I generally don't like GMO anything.
Cookies with spinach.
Well, Spinach is the company, the licensed producer that's making the product.
Okay.
But the GMO stands for garlic, mushrooms, no monkeys,
and ostrich.
Onions.
Oakville. Onions.
It's funny because when you go to Pita Pit, they ask you, would you like OMG? And it's onions, mushrooms, green pepper.
Oh, that's smart.
Right? And this is GMO. Guys, Spinach, you failed. It should have been OMG.
Yeah, OMG.
Onion, mushroom, garlic.
Yeah,
because...
But they knew somebody else already did that, so give them some credit.
Well, GMO kind of like, I was a little hesitant, but of course I'm a researcher and did the research.
What about MOG, MOG?
Mog. That sounds like a game, like those pogs.
Yeah. Let's play some
See, that's a 90s thing, too.
Yeah, it is, actually.
Yeah. All right. So GMO Cookies is a very, very strong indica. Comes with percentages THC of 24 to 31.
Okay, from basically what you've been telling me, that's high.
Yes.
Like, I would have a problem with that one.
Yes. Yeah. When I go into the store and they ask me, do you want indica, sativa, or hybrid? I just giggle and say, I don't go by that.
Right. Yeah.
I go by THC levels. I go by licensed producer, like which company makes it. depending on whether it's an edible or, flower. So I'm really willing to try anything once because I like to see what my experience is with everything. So after trying the GMO cookies, it makes sense why you would get these effects. The following effects: euphoric.
Wait, can I guess? Red eyes?
No,
and
I'll
dry
give
mouth?
you that. Those are those are possible side effects.
Oh, those are
yes.
side effects. Okay.
Yes. But that's to say with like most cannabis, right?
Oh,
Dry mouth.
Can name me a cannabis strain that doesn't give you red eyes and dry mouth. That seems to be a regular theme.
Yeah,
that I'm learning.
I haven't had any yet. Yeah. Those are telltale signs of cannabis consumption. So.
Right now, my mouth is dry, and my eyes are probably
Some
red,
water.
but that's because I didn't sleep well and
It's
I
warm
haven't
in
drank
here.
enough water, and it's warm in here. I'm gonna take off these shorts.
Okay, so with the THC being very high, you get a sense of like just this overall euphoric, drowsy, sleepy, kind of like just chill. This is my experience. It was just like a very, very chill experience. So when I was researching the terpenes, it says that it's caryophyllene or caryophyllene. I never know how to pronounce that one.
Okay.
Humulene, limonene, myrcene, and neuralidol. And the very interesting thing that that I read on their website, I giggle because I've said this to you before. This weed smells like chicken noodle soup.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Yep.
I've said this to numerous people, and I'm like, I don't know what this is, but it smells like my grandma's chicken noodle soup. And everybody thinks I'm crazy. Now, I'm starting to wonder, because Nana used to smoke,
Okay.
and she'd always smoke in the kitchen, and she would always make chicken noodle soup. And I wonder if she used chicken noodle soup to help cover up the smell of her joints.
Oh.
I can't ask her because she's not around anymore.
Right.
But I wonder if because she was smoking weed and cooking chicken noodle soup, if her strain of cannabis triggers this memory of chicken noodle soup for me. So
that's possible.
I don't know if that's what it is, but whatever this terpene is that I just stated before, one of those to me smells like chicken noodle soup. And I giggle because when I did research on their website, it says you can't make soup out of it, but it sure goes nicely in a bowl. And I thought, chicken noodle soup. It was like it was confirmed,
Right. Okay.
but not confirmed.
But not confirmed.
And I just want to add
You're on the
that
right path.
the GMO cookies by Spinach
Yep.
is cost friendly. If you can find it at one of your local retail stores, great, because it's all sold out on the OCS website. It is a very like a desired strain because high THC, lower cost.
OMG.
Right?
Right?
GMO cookies.
Mog.
And that's it. That's the strain. Like you just took a drink. That's Mary Jane's strain for the week.
Mary Jane's strain. All right. So now we just talked about a strain. We're going to do. Usually we do strain or no strain with the occasional guest. We've played strain or no strain.
Yes.
So there's some on this list that I just wanted to kind of run through with you and see whether you can pick out which ones are strains and which ones are not strains.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm worried about where you got your list.
You
Don't worry.
You don't need to be worried.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Strain or no strain with Mary Jane Baker. Who's done this game before? Jenna Way McLean did it, and she did very well.
Mm-hmm.
Who
I
else
think
did it?
that was the only one.
No, I think someone else did it. Doesn't matter. You're going to be able to kill it here. Are you ready?
Sure.
Here we go. Purple monkey balls.
I want to say yes.
Is that your final answer?
Sure.
It is, in fact, a strain. Purple
Ah.
monkey balls is a strain, everybody. OMG.
Something I would probably try once.
Right? Okay. So 1 for 1. Lady J.
No. feel like that's a rapper.
No, that is a G.I. Joe character.
Oh.
I made that one up. She's one of
Okay.
my favorites. She's one of my favorite fictional characters.
And see,
of all
I wouldn't
time.
have known that because I don't watch
Lady
G.I.
Jane.
Joe.
Mafia Burger.
Oh, no. Is it a strain? I've never heard of it.
Why are you so adamant that it might not be?
No.
You convinced?
Yeah, it sounds like a burger restaurant.
It is not a strain. Good for
Okay.
you. You are 3 for 3. I literally came up with that one by going onto a website that said, we will just put 2 words randomly together. And those 2 words got put randomly together.
Mafia burger.
Yeah, but it sounds like it could be a strain name. I would
It
think.
actually, it to me, it sounds like it's a restaurant.
Okay. So
With
you're 3
like
for
two
3.
two shadow guys, like with the hats, the Mafia burger.
I think you're going to get this one. Yeah. Larry OG.
Oh, that's definitely a strain.
So why is Larry an OG? Well,
He
does
was
anybody
grown
know
by
who
the
Larry is?
ocean.
Okay, all right. 4 for 4. Moon Climax.
Oh, no.
Wow, you're nailing this thing. That's 5. 5 for 5. You're going to pass no matter what you do with these next ones. Smurfberry.
Okay, so my brain is saying that sounds like a strain somebody would name if they didn't know what the bag was. And they'd be like, oh, it's like blue, and I'll call it Smurfberry. So I'm going to say no.
It is a strain. I thought it would be like
okay.
a cereal.
Okay.
Like a children's cereal.
Do you know who it's by?
I do not know, but it is a strain.
I wanna
Type in
look that up.
Google Smurfberry. So you have 5, 5, and 1. And last one, Papa Shango.
No. I feel like you're trying to trick me with that.
That is, in fact, a wrestler.
And I did not know that
He
either.
was a voodoo expert, Papa Shango. He was creeped me out. He was on wrestling. Well, that was
No.
good. You got like you got 6 out of 7. Very good.
I'm sad though. I didn't get a perfect game.
I know Smurfberry.
I take competitions very seriously.
Smurfberry. Well, Google it up. You just make sure if you want to fact check it and let
Smurfberry.
people know later
I
on whether or
will.
not you
You know
nailed
what's
it or
so
not.
funny? Do I have a minute to tell them very
do.
quickly about Alexa?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I was being quiet for a second because if you are listening to Alexa right now, I apologize.
Hey Alexa, turn off bedroom lights. Just in case.
Yeah. So I like to play Song Quiz. It's a game you can play with it. So you just activate your device and then say, open Song Quiz. And the other day, it asked me, just like it always does, what genre would you like to play? And I said the 90s, just like I always do. And it said, who's playing? I said, it's MJ. They said, from where are you playing from? And I said, my bedroom. Because I never say where I'm from, right? And earlier that day, I had played Song Quiz and said I was the magnificent Miss Mary Jane Baker from the land of cannabis. Because I thought I was just being smart and I was having a little bit of fun. Turns out, I go to play and it says, your opponent is the magnificent Miss Mary Jane Baker from the land of cannabis. And I was like, oh no. So no matter what I do,
So
I can't lose.
So you were playing with yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Did
Is
you-
it
and did
weird
you
that I
win?
was in the bathroom at the time?
Did you win?
I thought we went over this. I was playing myself.
So you did win.
Yes, I won. I remembered. I have to say yes. Okay. Yes,
All right,
I won.
All right. Nice.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Alexa drives me crazy. I hate when she says, I'll be like, Alexa, turn off my bedroom lights. And she'll be like, turning off just turn the
You
lights off.
don't even have
Alexa.
Alexa.
Wait, I have Google. That's
Is that why
I have
you
Google.
hate Alexa? Because she's not even at your
Okay,
house?
fine. I have Google. If you want true story stuff, I have Google. And I'll
Yes.
and then
Ask
she
Google,
yells it out.
Ask Google, who is Timmy Boyle?
Yeah.
And then ask, who is Mary Jane Baker? But you have to ask Google,
Yeah,
not
ask-
Alexa.
Ask Google, who is Timmy Boyle?
Yes.
Who is Mary Jane Baker?
Yes.
That's a test. And then mention in the comments below this video.
Yeah, what
let
it
us know.
says.
Yeah, tell us what it said.
Yeah.
All right. Let's teach Timmy. Like when
Okay.
it's teaching Timmy day, I get
You're
all
going to
excited.
have to move that skate, though.
Oh, please don't send me away.
He's crying.
Please don't send me away.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Boot. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh my God. It's like the IKEA commercial. Do you remember that one with the
Podcast
lamp?
people are wondering what in the world's going on. Why are they making weird voices?
Do you remember the IKEA lamp commercial?
Yeah, I made you cry.
Every time. Do you feel sorry for this lamp? I don't understand. It's just a lamp. You left it on the curb. That's why. It's a perfectly good lamp.
I can't get my boot back on.
Okay,
All right, I
so
won't put it
teaching
where I
Timmy.
know.
We're going to need your space there.
Teaching Timmy.
It's hands-on, but not quite hands-on.
Okay.
So,
all right.
like I said, we're trying to build education for newbies.
Yes.
So, new consumers, just like babies, small children, when you're introducing new food into their diet, you should introduce one new thing at a time, and you should monitor how they react.
Right.
So, in this, we are going to, I got you a nice binder.
So it says healthcare, but it
Yes.
also says heal, care, THC. Well, I guess it says heal air, heal R. Anyways, doesn't matter. It has THC in the middle.
Yes.
I like how you did that.
Yes, thank you.
Healthcare.
I would like to take credit for that, but
But it's not
it's
you?
not my idea, no.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a very good idea. Whoever did it.
Yes. So I got you a binder specifically instead of a little book with like pages that are stuck in it, because I feel if you're going to have a book, you should be able to move the pages around.
Okay.
Just so that way, if some people like tabs, you put all the strains that you like in the front, all the strains you don't like in the back. You can organize it by indica, sativa, hybrid, however you want to do it, alphabetical order, yada, yada.
Okay. I can see already the benefit of having a notebook. It seems like a lot. It's kind of like how I learned so much about my diet.
Yep.
When I started to track my food. And some people are like, "Oh, I don't want to take the time to track my food. It takes too much time." But when I was tracking my food daily for like a month solid when I first started doing it, I learned so much about how poorly I was eating, how quickly I can get carbs in, how quickly the sugar can go up, how little fiber I was getting.
Well, it's not
And I
only
can see that can happen with cannabis. Is like there's so much science that you've been teaching me about.
Well, for somebody that has, like myself, who has adverse reactions to certain foods, I've had to keep a food diary. Like you're saying, track what you're eating. If I end up getting an upset stomach or a bathroom issue later on in the day, I can then go back over that book and say, now, what did I eat?
Right.
What did I put in my body that made me feel so crappy? And this is exactly the purpose of the book, is because as you're trying new things, even consumers that have been smoking for years, maybe you have never tried an edible, or you had an edible and you had a bad experience. This is a great way to monitor what you're taking, how much, and all of that.
Right, because we've talked about the fact that when we first met, and you had introduced me, because I was like, I want to try some new things, and
Yes.
you introduced me to cannabis, and 3 times I took it. All 3 of them were very different responses.
Yep.
The third one made me say, I'm not going to smoke again. Obviously,
And the third one, I'll let you know, Timmy, was about 23% THC.
right, which I've learned recently is pretty high.
Yes.
Right? So I can see the value of something like this because I don't actually remember anything about. I know the 3 experiences that I had,
This was 2 years ago.
but I don't know what
this is
what they
over
were.
2 years ago. that
So
it's
yeah,
been.
it would be interesting to have written this down even at the time, and we'll walk through some of it now because I'm interested to know what kind of questions you would even ask.
Absolutely.
But to go back and go, like say, I wanted to have a smoke one day. Like I'm not opposed to ever. I don't see myself necessarily doing it, but who knows? I didn't see
you could
myself.
be at a party, later
Yeah.
on this summer, and somebody might say, "Hey, would you like a cannabis beverage?"
And it would be good for me to know what affected me and what didn't. So I would know. I would be.
Well, that's
it's all
the
about
thing.
being informed, right?
Drinking and eating, as we've learned, hits you differently than smoking.
Right.
Different THC levels, different products, different everything. So in your book,
Okay, so what would I do? How would I track this for
Okay.
newbies who are out there?
so first page, you're going to write at the very top the date and time of day.
Date and time of day.
Yeah.
So am I doing today's date?
Just put date and then put time of day.
Date and time.
Because we're going to leave yours blank for now.
Okay, so date and time.
Yeah.
Do you think that is important for, like, does cannabis affect you? Like, if I was to track something like this, could I be able to pick up a pattern and go, wait a minute, in the evenings it affects me different, or in the mornings, or
so you are a statistics person?
Yes. See, I would break all this down.
You absolutely, and this is why I'm going to give you a couple different things, okay? And we'll talk about what you're getting at after you get all this on the paper, okay?
Cool. Yeah.
So, how are you feeling before?
Okay. So before feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in brackets, if you needed to, you could put like stressed, tired, happy.
Right.
So basically your overall state.
Okay.
Then you're going to put, what did you consume? So was it flour? Was it an edible?
Was it a tincture?
Right.
Was it a topical? Was it a
did you
concentrate extract?
Yes, you got it. All right. Okay. So what did you consume?
Okay. What did I consume?
Was it an edible? Right. I said that. What strain was it? If it was flour.
Is that a different line?
So this is in the what do you consume?
Mm-hmm.
You need to break it down.
Okay. So it would be like, so I'd have to rewrite this out to make, we should have like some sort of like.
We might have to do this digitally and see if we could do like a spreadsheet.
Yeah. Can we do that? Can we create kind of like a downloadable printout?
I think maybe we should. So that way people can get this.
Yeah.
Because this would be a great tool.
Okay. So I would have to mark down my strain.
Yep.
And I'd have
what
to mark
form
down
of cannabis was it?
Yeah.
And then you have to do how much of it.
My goodness. See, this is the thing, is that right away I can already, like, by not doing this, it's just, it's like it's a flat out crapshoot, because what if you could have the same strain, but take it in a different form, and the only thing you change is how much. So you could have the same strain, same form, and then you change the quantity, and that could affect it. Or if you change the form but have the same strain and the same quantity, that could affect it.
What about your mood?
There's a whole, I can see.
What about your mood?
People don't want to take the time to do this, but I would suggest, just because I've seen what it does for me with food, changed my life once I realized what food was doing to me. Well, I can see the value of this.
People don't do this with alcohol either, but they should. Most people just go to the beer store, they buy a 12-pack of beer, and then, they drink the 12 and go, oh, I don't feel so good. And next time they know, maybe I'll try 6.
Yeah.
It's like it's a trial and error, but you should be writing this stuff down.
Yeah, okay.
So the other thing you should, after how much, would be how are you feeling afterwards?
So that's the after feeling.
Yeah.
After feeling.
And then just have a spot for notes. Anything you want to write. Sometimes a certain strain might make you feel creative.
Okay. Yeah, this as a stat person, I would run this through a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I know
right
you
away,
would.
Because I'd want to see stuff like if any of these factors, I can understand now why like medical experiments and scientific experiments take so long sometimes to figure out, because Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie,
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
Okay, Wayne, you did the last of the
I
body.
did.
I don't know.
So it'll be Bob's turn.
I can't even taste this stuff.
Just going to
What?
from.
Hey, Bob.
Because you're
Why?
next in
Because
line.
you're next in line.
You don't even
We're
have.
going around. Each person.
This can't be bigger.
All right. So, with these, okay, they have. Not only do these packages have child-proof labels on them or containers, but in some instances they are adult-proof as well. Here, Bob.
There's hair on mine.
Yeah, hair.
Two of them rolled on the ground, and we have a dog because
Under the table.
there's none inside the doobies.
Just gotta squeeze the two sides.
Well, you don't know that yet until you open it up.
Correct. There you go. Okay.
I was going to do that, but I left that.
Yeah, sure you were.
What do you want?
Okay, pull it out.
Oh, there's two.
There's two doobies in the container.
Yeah,
And
they're
they're
half.
mine.
They're 2 half-grams.
Are they half-gram doobies? Let's see them.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Put it here. Put it in it.
One looks like a 0.6 and one looks like a 0.4.
Okay, so what do we pass them around? And
Or 0.4 and
what we're
0.3.
looking at is how they look. This is number one. Okay, so the appeal. Overall visual appeal. Okay,
It's a doobie.
that's what you're looking at. Okay. This will speed things up,
I
Val, 'cause you
didn't
don't have
think
to
you were
roll
going to
them.
give it to me.
What's that? Oh, do you want that back?
No, no.
Okay,
What do you want me to do with this?
Yeah.
Plate it?
visual appeal. What do you think about the way it looks? Does it look good?
How do you people like it?
All
Looks like a doobie.
right. Okay, quality of the roll.
Right ahead.
Smells like weed.
Selection of the rolling papers. Selection of the filter.
Oh, we got to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
gonna do
yeah,
this
yeah.
again.
Yeah,
7 more times.
yeah. Well, we're gonna
Okay, visual
we'll have to
appeal.
stop for something to eat. Here.
It kind of look good. I'll take it as an 8.
Don't want people putting mustard on the doobies. Okay.
Good luck, you guys.
No,
All right. Overall peel. Yeah, they don't look too bad. Okay. Yeah.
Let's see on the camera there, Al.
Okay, we're bringing it up.
You got to lift it above me. There you go. Nope. Yep. There you go. All right.
Oh, I didn't look at the filter.
Okay, hang on. I'm holding it by the paper up top. So you can see the two doobies. Right? Yeah, you wanted to see the filter, the paper. Okay. All right. You wanted to see that? Again? Anybody
Yeah,
else
that's
want
the
to
right
haven't
one.
got
Anybody
that
else
yet.
want to see it?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I just kind of passed it.
You're right.
No,
You're
actually,
right,
I didn't
Bob
see it. I
started.
didn't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm driving.
Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe we'll find that you might not. It might. The quality of the roll
Oh,
might
look
look
at
good
that,
right
eh?
now, but when we go to smoke
Yeah,
it, it might
got
be
a
hard
nice
to draw.
little filter in
on
it.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got a late one.
Oh no. Okay, we have to go around.
A dry taste,
Dry
yeah.
inhale. I'm gonna suggest to use both joints. One go one way, one go the other way.
Here.
That way, it just help it make it stronger.
You take
Well,
a
make it quicker.
and pass it that way.
Puff and pass.
Look for some flavors.
Don't light it.
Give me my lighter then.
No, just, you gotta pump it dry.
Dry draw. Just
First.
Yeah.
No fire yet.
no fire. Dry
Oh.
inhale.
Yeah, you can just taste it.
Dry inhale.
Here.
Taste.
You just get the taste. The inhale.
Pretend you're smoking
Just
it.
pretend you're smoking it.
There should be something that you.
Fuck, they're like trying to hide under the covers.
Maybe I'm gonna step on you.
Oh, okay. All right. everybody's gonna go in to dress the burgers and stuff.
Get on that, Al.
Sorry.
No, it's not bad.
Oh, I still forgot. That you better come and see how these are working out. Or someone can come and tell me if they're really getting there or done or what.
So store bought, but the rib, prime rib.
No, it
Prime
isn't.
rib.
You're supposed
Not these ones.
you're supposed to light that
Well,
up.
that's what you showed me. In
I'm
the...
supposed to light it?
Or whoever, I don't know.
Okay,
what it is,
now
right?
are we done? Everybody's done. We've all had a dry toke.
Yeah.
Yeah. And been able to judge that. Okay, so let's move on. Let's let's
so
light it.
number 5 was what you just did there with it not being lit.
I love the shit myself.
There you go.
I'll go 6.
Okay, Bob.
Number
There's
6
what 2
is-
joints, right?
We're gonna be lit up for this one. You gotta light her up.
Okay.
Hey,
You gotta light her up.
What I'm going to suggest is that
Where'd it go?
Oh, Deb's got one. The other one's on the
the
plate.
point we only need the one joint.
Right.
Then the second
Oh.
joint goes to the cook and we'll open the container.
He's lighting it.
He's like,
Oh,
Sorry.
doggy.
Not on this one. Bob decided to smoke his now.
all to himself.
He thought it was so good. He let this go on.
That's cheating, Bob.
oh,
Yeah, that's
Now he's
awfully
going to start yelling at you.
Bit of a run. Everybody-
Okay, so number 6. Aroma to taste.
I gotta take
Can you taste how it smells?
I'll give that a number.
And then the experience, harsh to smooth.
Yeah, he passed it. He passed it to me. Yeah. Yeah.
Ash color.
Hmm?
Ash.
Ooh, there you go. There's the ash color. Anybody
Yeah.
want to take a look?
That's
Yeah.
all.
Hey,
really
dark gray.
Heavy, chunky.
I think it's the darkest. Of the
Effects and experience, pleasant to
harsh.
not pleasant to pleasant.
Is it smooth?
I haven't had
No,
enough
I don't
yet.
find it harsh.
No, never mind.
Overall enjoyment.
Okay, let's go to
I hear a lot of coughing now.
I choose to answer that when I get a drag off. That's see if I can you quit. I want to see you cough first.
Pleasant.
So we're not going yet.
How we gotta turn the barbecue off? I'm just doing this.
Oh, just turn the dials to the off button spot. I'm coming.
Oh, that's what I got for you, little girl.
Oh, they're all off.
Who took the ashtray?
Al did.
Al does that all the time. This, you're giving me.
All right, 10. Overall enjoyment. You go out.
So good so far.
It's all yours.
Oh. It's all mine.
It's very smoky over there, guys. What are you doing?
Yeah, it is, eh?
You wanna take
Would you buy this product?
the hamburgers in there and you take this?
Yeah, I guess. What? Oops. Or put a number in there, or yes.
Yes or no?
All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Whoever
And
is,
then, the rest isn't even there.
as soon as you're done, Justin,
That's it.
you
That's
can
it?
run in and grab your burgers. And don't forget, there are donuts over there on the
What, no cheese slices?
donut. Oh, there's a grinder over there for you too. Okay.
Oh, is there?
Mhm.
Oh, wonderful.
Grinders a compliment of Greenhouse Seed Company.
From 1994.
No, I guess the name brand of this product.
Yeah.
I think I have a couple too.
Yeah.
still, Al.
products, just so you know the name, brands of the product. We'll review that again.
Sure.
And,
No, thanks.
everything that we've seen on here is.
I got my cards right here.
Know as a regular. Yeah, I know. Like one or two because I go to cannabis events. But people like Bob who don't go to cannabis events, he wouldn't have a clue who these people are.
Yeah, and I don't know who these people are either.
Yeah, so they're growers, legacy growers. So that tells me that a lot of these were probably legacy growers that transition into the legal market.
Oh, I know Castle Rock because Paul used to work there. In Jamaica. Yeah.
Yeah. There's probably 3, maybe 4 that I might know as I look at it.
I've heard of Freedom Cannabis, but I don't know them.
Right here. There's. Does anybody want any of this?
No.
No. Okay.
No,
If you want,
you.
go in and grab something to eat. People, they're gonna run.
Buddy said he's using the same grinder, Al.
Burger. What's that?
Buddy is using the same grinder.
Is he?
Yeah, and I have a few too in my keepsake box.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for tuning in, staying in there, and tuning in all day to Everybody Eats.
He's doing what we're doing, but not
This here is echidna. I knew I messed up the name, but this is the testing place. So we were talking to earlier. And what they do is you bring your cannabis in, whether it's dry or whether it's fresh, still wet, and they will test your cannabis. I believe they're doing a test right now. I'm just going to try to squeeze through here. Yeah, he's doing a test right now. What are you testing?
We're testing THC and THCA potency in fresh bud and cured bud.
Nice. Fresh bud too, eh? You got that on the screen so people can see?
Yeah.
So you got moisture results in there too?
Yes. So we did a collaboration with Bovida packets over here. So you can see that if you maintain your moisture in cannabis, so we kept cannabis with and without Bovida packets. And if you have the Bovida packet, you maintain moisture, and that also tracks onto potency. So if you maintain that high moisture, we know that you protect, we get this protective water layer around the trichome, and that protects potency over time. So you can see that maintaining moisture tracks to a higher potency at the end of the day.
Nice. I see you got some people up on the leaderboard. Yep. I see I got bumped. But I'm still on the board.
You're there. You're there.
All right. Well, I see you're doing a test. Okay. At some point today, I'll try to come back and get you to do another test for me, and we can go through the whole process. All right. And go from there. So where can people find you? I'll get you.
You can find us at Echidna Sensing on LinkedIn. That's the best way to contact us. And you can also contact Nick at echidnasensing.com. That's our marketing.
All right. Super. Thank you very much.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
baby, lovely.
Good morning. It's January the 23rd, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and at 420pace.ca. Glenn and Cindy aren't available today, so I'm going alone as I do when they're not. So, in total, I've got 8 stories. We're going to be going to Belize. We're going to be in the U.S., Poland, as well as the U.K. So, we got news from all over the place, sort of called the Global News Report in a way. So we'll just get started at things, and we're going to head down south for our first 2 stories that we're going to do today. And they have to deal with the election that happened down there. And when they do that, new administrations brings in new people. So it's always good to know where some people's positions are when it comes to the cannabis issue. So my first story, what we're going to touch on today is what the Attorney General position is on the cannabis issue, as well as the DEA nominee. So as you can see, this headline from Marijuana Moment, it says that Trump's pick for Attorney General refuses to say where she stands on marijuana rescheduling or federal enforcement priorities. This comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. Now, President Donald Trump's choice for U.S. Attorney General is declining to say how she plans to navigate key cannabis policy issues, including the ongoing rescheduling process and renewing federal enforcement guidance if she's ultimately confirmed. Following her confirmation hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee last week, former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi responded to a series of written questions for the record, while from the members across the aisle. That included several from Senators Cory Booker and Peter Walsh. They focused on cannabis, and it's good to see that they'll ask those questions. For each of the 4 timely policy questions, Bondi offered the same elusive one-sentence refrain. If confirmed, and this is what it is, if confirmed, I will give the matter careful consideration after consulting with appropriate department officials. Despite the fact that Trump last year voiced support for marijuana rescheduling and a Florida legalization ballot initiative that fell short in November, Bondi appears unwilling to commit to either the ongoing federal reform process or providing clarity regarding enforcement priorities at this stage. Now, here are the questions and the responses that Booker and Bondi put forth. If you are confirmed as Attorney General, how will you work with the Drug Enforcement Administration to continue the rescheduling process and finalize a rule that will reschedule cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 under the Controlled Substances Act? The response: if confirmed, I will give the matter careful consideration after consulting with appropriate department officials. Now, if confirmed as Attorney General, how will the Department of Justice under your leadership approach enforcement of federal cannabis laws? How would the independence of states to regulate marijuana factor into your decisions? Response: if confirmed, I will give the matter careful consideration after consulting with appropriate department officials. Next question. Do you support placing cannabis on Schedule 3? A, if so, will you work to finalize rescheduling? B, if not, please explain why. C, do you support efforts to align federal and state marijuana laws, which I feel that's very important. And it says, response: if confirmed, I will give the matter careful consideration after consulting the appropriate department officials. Next question. It jumped. Sorry, folks. Now I got to find where it was at. Went down to the bottom of the screen. There's a response. Okay. What is known as the Cole Memo? Your predecessors have used prosecutorial discretion, urging U.S. attorneys to not prosecute low-level cannabis crimes and only go after major cannabis trafficking cases. Will you use prosecutorial discretion authority in a similar matter? Very important question or response. If confirmed, I will give the matter careful consideration after consulting with appropriate department officials. Nothing solid there. She similarly declined to address another criminal justice question from Booker that broadly inquired about racial disparities in drug laws and incarceration. While Trump initially selected pro-legalization former Rep. Matt Gaetz to lead the Justice Department following the election, he withdrew after considerable largely unrelated scandals. Yeah. Now, as a Florida Attorney General, Bondi opposed efforts to legalize medical marijuana. Just the medical, never mind the recreational stuff. Now, while serving in the top state law enforcement role from January 2011 to 2019, she occasionally waded into other cannabis-related issues. In at least some of those instances, she was defending laws passed by the legislature, which is generally standard practice for the attorney generals. Correct. So there you go. You got a bit of an idea on how she feels about the cannabis legalization. Her response always said she wanted to consult with the other departments. So a big one of those departments would be obviously be the DEA. So I decided that let's find out what the DEA's nominee feels about the cannabis issue. And this is what I got from the MJ Biz Daily. Trump's choice as interim DEA leader is marijuana rescheduling skeptic. Doesn't sound good. A former top U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration official cast doubt on marijuana rescheduling last year as President Donald Trump's interim choice to oversee the DEA and potentially the agency's historic rescheduling process, which is on hold right now. The Trump administration on Monday tapped Merrick Maltz to take over as DEA administrator on an interim basis. Maltz, whose 28-year DEA career included 10 years as special agent in charge of agency special operations division, assumes control of the agency's previous chief, Ann Milligan, someone who's been an official there the whole time, 28 years. You know, at least they obviously got some experience. Now, Maltz will inherit from Milligan the ongoing and contentious process in reclassifying cannabis under the federal law. Now, in September, in a post on his Trump on his Truth Social platform, he posted support for downgrading cannabis status under the Controlled Substances Act, a process that former President Joe Biden launched back in October of 2022. That process is in temporary limbo, pending an appeal that seeks to remove the DEA's overseer of the process. Trump loyalists, including Texas Republican U.S. Rep. Chip Roy, praised the selection of Maltz, pointing to the former agent's resume that includes successes against international narco-terrorism and the capture of Sinaloa cartel leader Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. However, Maltz also has cast doubt on the cannabis rescheduling process that he'll now inherit, he said. It all started back in May of 2024 when the U.S. Justice Department published the interim proposed rule that reclassified cannabis as Schedule 3. It was Attorney General Merrick Garland, not Milgram, who signed off on the finding of substantial evidence that cannabis does not warrant present Schedule 1 status. And I remember watching that on the news. The people on the news were commenting about, how come Garland signed it and not Milgram? An additional memo from the DOJ's Office of Legal Counsel that cites DEA objections to reclassifying marijuana indicates the agency fought the decision to pursue rescheduling, a process it is now overseeing. Now, Maltz then retired from the DEA and working as a head of the government relations for a software company. Also had strong words after the May ruling became public. He told Associated Press, "It's crystal clear to me that the Justice Department hijacked the rescheduling process, placing politics above public safety. If there's a scientific evidence to support this decision, then so be it. But you've got to let the scientists evaluate it." Now, according to one analysis, such scientific evaluation already has been done. In August of 2023, the Department of Health and Human Services found that cannabis has a currently accepted medical use in the United States. However, as the DOJ's Office of Legal Counsel memo indicated, the DEA questioned the process used to make that determination. There's no clear timeline as when or if Maltz might entertain the appeal that has temporarily halted the rescheduling process. Now, a hearing before Chief Administrator Judge Mulrooney was to begin on Tuesday, on the 21st. But that process has been paused indefinitely. It's just going to sit there in limbo. After an appeal from the cannabis interests that accused the DEA of bias against rescheduling. It'll just sit there if they don't take it up, right? So let's hope that things move forward, because it just doesn't make sense. You got all those states that have legalization. You got all those states that have medical cannabis. Majority of Americans live in a state where cannabis is legal. People have spoken. It's time to get it done, people, right? This is just crazy. So, all right, on to my next story. This one's coming to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. And on it says, Belize offers automatic expungements for first-time cannabis offenders. All righty, let's see what this is all about. And bring my cursor over here. It says cannabis prohibition is one of the most harmful public policies here in human history. Starting in the early 1900s, cannabis prohibition has ruined countless lives across the globe and wasted a tremendous amount of precious public resources, money, and everything else. Fortunately, more and more governments around the globe are getting on the right side of history when it comes to cannabis policy, albeit slowly. One of those countries is Belize, where the government is now offering automatic expungements for first-time cannabis offenders. That's right. Now, in the local reporting states that the Community Rehabilitation Department of the Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs has announced the availability of automatic expungement for certain first-time offenders under new provisions of the criminal records. The change in public policy applies to a first offense for possession of cannabis or cannabis resin under Section 7 of the Misuse of Drugs Act, where the imposed fine does not exceed $1,000. Now, in order for people to obtain an expungement for the first-time cannabis offense that fits within the parameters of the new program, they must submit an application to the government for consideration and approval. The program is designed to help offenders move on with their lives and not be further affected by personal cannabis possession offense. Recreational cannabis remains illegal in Belize, and only first-time offenders are eligible for the expungement program. People convicted of cultivating and or distributing cannabis are not eligible for the expungement program. So there you go. To start, it's too bad it's not moving on to legalization, but at least you know that. And I know people here in Canada that have been busted for 3 joints, and it's it's affected them. It's got a criminal record, right? Where in that situation in Belize, the first time they could at least get it expunged and get it removed. So that would be a good start, but more needs to be done. And I know a former Canadian that lived up here that was down there, and he's a big cannabis advocate. So who knows? Maybe he's helping out. Who knows? Alrighty, on to my next story of the day. This one comes to me from Mugglehead News. The headline there says University College London undertakes extensive DMT study aimed at treating alcohol abuse. There you go. The story says a prominent British school is examining the impact of DMT on a group of people who want to reduce their alcohol consumption and clean up their act, but are struggling to do so. The powerful psychedelic substance has been attracting an increased amount of interest for its therapeutic, enlightening, and mystical properties. It may just be the world's most mysterious substance. Researchers from the University College London said last week that their new trial has commenced with a few volunteers and that they are aiming to recruit an additional 120 people. They must be between the ages of 21 and 65. So if you're in the UK, give them a shout if you want to get involved. The psychedelic medicine is primarily known to be smoked in its powdered form or ingested in the Amazonian ayahuasca brew, but it will be administered via intravenous infusion in this case. This method is known for its immediate onset and extremely powerful effects. That goes right into the bloodstream, that's for sure. They claim it will be the world's largest psychedelic brain imaging study to date, once in full swing. It will be funded by Wellcome Leap. It's a health research nonprofit dedicated to backing unconventional undertakings like this. The research will utilize functional magnetic resonance imaging, which is MRI, to access changes in the brain of subjects before, throughout, and after they receive the DMT. They call the trial the Understanding Neuroplasticity Induced by Triptananes. We'll call it the Unity product. The name refers to the impact that DMT can potentially have on brain function and the mind's ability to reorganize itself beneficially by forming new neural connections. They say that according to psychedelics expert Greg Cooper, he's from the UCL, he says that we hope that our trial not only demonstrates DMT's effectiveness in helping individuals reduce hazardous drinking patterns, but also contributes to the growing evidence of psychedelics, despite the current classification as a Class A drug, can be used safely and effectively to treat mental health disorders. Now, this isn't the first DMT research initiative the school has taken on in recent years. Yeah, back in 2022, it partnered with an organization specializing in 5-MeO DMT to complete brain imaging scans on subjects who participated in ceremonial usage of the psychedelic at a retreat center in Mexico. Now, it says here that these studies will, according to the study, says that these studies will eliminate the neural basis of mystical and transient experiences, shedding light on how the brain processes non-ordinary states of consciousness. Now, regular DMT is known to be extracted from Karuna plant leaves and other plants, but this substance comes from the glands of certain toads, and we don't want people going out and hurting toads. It has a different and equally or more mind-boggling effects. This study must also support future legislations on the therapeutic potential of 5-MeO DMT for chronic pain, cluster headaches, and others central nervous systems indications. Now, the Psychedelics Organization explained that it would take 6 to 12 months for data on outcomes to be released The note last February. It could be published any day now. So let's hope that it happens soon, and we'll keep an eye out for it. Now, delighted to see this important research collaboration between the USL and 5, and excited to see the insights and rich qualitative data emerge from the study, according to James Collins. He's a former CEO of Awaken Science Corp. So I believe that's it. Maybe not. So there you go. More studies. They always say we need more studies. So studies being done, and it's being done at the university. So let's hope that it has some process and gets some things changed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it looks like I'm at my break. I just realized I've already done 4 stories. She's just whipping by. All righty, folks. Off the break I go. Medication time is normal. And I'll be right back in, let's see, about 3.5 minutes. See you shortly. I'm live here at paceradio.net and paceradio.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
I'm back from my break and ready to bring you 4 more stories. Let's see, some psychedelic stories, cannabis stories. We're going to the UK and Poland as well. As we're going to start off right here, or not here, but in the USA, because I'm not in the US. For marijuana moments, more American adults use cannabis as a sleep aid than choose prescription pills or alcohol to fall asleep, according to a poll. Good news there. About 16% of Americans aged 21 and older say they use cannabis as a sleep aid, according to a new industry-backed survey. That makes cannabis more popular for sleep than prescription sleep aids at 12% or alcohol at 11%. Alcohol at close, wow. But still not quite as common as using supplements, 26%, or over-the-counter sleep aids at 19%. Overall, nearly 8 in 10 U.S. adults says something keeps them up at night, according to the new poll conducted by Harris Poll on behalf of the cannabis company Green Thumb Industries and its Incredibles lines of edibles. 58%, meanwhile, reported consuming at least one substance to help them sleep. The survey included both cannabis and CBD only, or CBD and melatonin products, as possible selections for participants who could pick multiple responses. 16% said they inhale or ingest cannabis, which could refer either to cannabis or hemp products, while 10% said they use CBD either alone or with melatonin. The online survey polled 2,000 U.S. adults aged 21 and older in early June of 2024, and the results were released this month. It was a margin of error of plus or minus 2.5%. Men were more likely than women to say they used cannabis, which was 18% versus 15%, or CBD products at 11 and 8 for sleep. Among women, people aged 21 and 34 were most likely to use cannabis as a sleep aid, with the older age groups considerably less likely. Among men, by contrast, 35 to 44 age group was most likely to report using cannabis for sleep. I know I usually have a puff before I go to bed. Now, the online survey polled 2,000 U.S. all right, that screen jumped. Okay, here we go. No more jumping screen. It did. There. Oh, there we go. Lower income people with household incomes of below $50,000 were the most likely income level to report using cannabis for sleep. That's at 23%. With people in higher income households reporting higher use of supplements and over-the-counter sleep aids. Parents were also more likely than non-parents to use cannabis for sleep. 25% of people with children in their household generally said they use cannabis for sleep, compared to 14% of people without children. People who were parents of children under 18 also reported higher cannabis use rates for sleep. That's at 21%, compared to people who weren't raising minor children. Regionally, use of cannabis as a sleep aid was also more popular in the West and Northeast at 20 and 19% respectively, than in the South at 13% and the Midwest at 14%. I wonder if it's because I think of the South usually doesn't have the best cannabis laws. For reference, separate survey data from the polling giant Gallup last October found that 15% of U.S. adults said they currently smoke cannabis. Another top-level finding of the new Green Thumb survey is that relaxation and sleep are the most common reasons that Americans adults report using cannabis-infused edibles. Among the 41% of the respondents who said they consumed infused edibles, 25% said it was to help them relax, and 21% it was to help them sleep. Other reasons included stress, helping with pain, having fun, getting high, and helping with creativity. So they range anywhere from 17 to 2%. Now, sleeping well is essential for feeling your best, says Ben Culver. He's the founder and chairman and the CEO of Green Thumb. And he says in a statement that more Americans are choosing cannabis for relaxation, sleep, and overall well-being. And he says his snoozeberry line is crafted with each of these aspects in mind because they're incredibles. Yeah. You snooze, we win. There we go. So, goes on about the products here. And because it's, as usual, Marijuana Movement's got long articles, I'm going to cut that down. We've covered basically what the headline is discussing. So, we'll just move on from there. That way we keep going. And my next story comes from the International Cannabis Business Conference, and the headline there says that public UK cannabis legalization support outpaces MP support. Huh. Here we go. London, the big clock. Now, according to a recent poll conducted by YouGov UK, the level of support for cannabis legalization among adults in the UK is greater than the level of support for adult use legalization among lawmakers. Says in the quote from the results, it says that the results show that 50% of MPs are opposed to cannabis legalization when asked in a support oppose format, compared to 39% who would be in support. It's too bad. The large majority of MPs do, however, believe that doctors should be allowed to prescribe cannabis for medical use. That's at 83%. Only 7% were opposed. And on the binary question of legalizing cannabis, the British public are split, with 45% in favor and 42% opposed, making the public slightly more pro-legalization than MPs. Oh, now MPs in the UK voted on cannabis legalization measures back in December 2018, with the lawmakers defeating the legalization proposal by a vote of 66 no votes to 52 yeses. And here's a breakdown on how the parties voted and so on and so forth there. Now, currently, cannabis is legal for adult use at a national level in Uruguay, Canada, Malta, Luxembourg, Germany, and South Africa. Additionally, recreational commerce pilot trials are operating in the Netherlands and Switzerland, and 24 states in the U.S. have adopted adult use legalization. 24, yeah. I thought I said 2 there. No, it's more than 2. So there we go. Hopefully the UK can get that changed in their laws, but obviously they need lawmakers that want that change to happen. And in a story that we had recently here on the news, children are suffering in the UK, with only 5 kids that the NHS has approved for cannabis use, and over 400 kids are accessing it legally through online sources or wherever that they can get it, and paying a sharp price. And the results have been just phenomenal for some of these patients. So it's too bad. They really need to make some changes over there, because it's saving the lives of children is what it's doing, and not doing something to help kids live, because the kids aren't smoking joints, people. Get it legalized for these kids, and that they can actually get it. Sure, you could say it's legal for them because there is a medical program there, but make it so they can access it. Having a program and making it so restrictive that no child or next to no child can access it, it's not a functioning program in my mind. So, alrighty, on to my next story. This one comes to me from the Business Cannabis headline. It says the Poland CBD ban. Poland CBD ban as its medical cannabis crackdown sees prescription numbers plummet. Oh no. Poland has seen the number of medical cannabis prescriptions plummet since it moved to crack down on telemedicine prescriptions. So that would be like, for example, our sponsor here on the Pace Radio Network, Limestone City Hydroponics. they have a service there where people can go in and you can see a doctor through through Skype calls or whatever you want to call it. So they have a medical signing clinic, and you'll see a doctor through that. That doctor will receive your information, your medical records, because they want to see all that before they go ahead and verify everything and sign the paperwork. And this is going to be by what they're saying here. This is not going to happen in Poland any longer. So let's see what continue on with the story. Telemedicine has been a major driver of growth in Poland, the UK, and Germany, but increasing concerns about the ease of access and use for non-medical purposes have made this a contentious and highly politicized issue. With conversations around similar action taking place in both Germany and the UK, Poland may represent the first domino to fall in Europe's wide crackdown on this growth driver. Meanwhile, the Polish government is signaling further crackdowns as it proposes a bill which would classify non-intoxicating hemp and CBD as a narcotic. So what happened? As discussed in Prohibition Partners' upcoming Global Cannabis Report 15th edition, Poland's medical cannabis industry has flourished in recent years, seeing prescription numbers surge from 11,400 in 2020 to 313 in 2023. The latest data from the eHealth Center, Poland's official registry, shows that the market also experienced significant growth during 2023 compared to 2022, seeing consumption volumes increase from 800 kilograms to 2,600 kilograms, while the number of patients grew from 36,000 to 90,000. Sales also surged, raising from 15 million euros to 42 million euros. So it all looks like the numbers increased, the patients were purchasing more cannabis from the supplier, and obviously you can see the sales increase, you can see the money increase. Now in August, Poland's Ministry of Health stepped in, citing concerns over non-medical use following this dramatic expansion. But the numbers going up, more people are getting access. They're buying it. You can see the numbers. Now, new regulations were proposed that would mean private clinics can no longer offer remote consultations for cannabis prescriptions, and natural health physicians could only provide remote consultations and prescriptions for patients who have previously had an in-person consultation. Despite being unpopular with the public, these restrictions were implemented in November of 2024. A recent survey, so this is only like 2 months, suggested that 81% of patients obtain their first prescription via private cannabis clinics online, while only 6.4% visited the National Health Fund doctors in person. Notably, 57% of patients learned about cannabis therapy online, while just 15.5% were informed by their doctor. Now, two months on, and it's becoming clear that these numbers have significantly impacted the growth of the market, seeing prescription numbers plummet from 68,000 in October to 42,000 in November, and further to 28,000 in December of 2024. Founders of Polish cannabis business and strategic advisory firm Cannabis Partners, Eric Kolch, he told the Business of Cannabis that regarding prescription medical cannabis sales in pharmacies may have decreased by as much as 50% in the fourth quarter of 2024. Some lawyers argue that the Ministry of Health's decision was contrary to the law. As a result, certain online clinics have continued the operations despite the risks exposing themselves to potential restrictions. Meanwhile, some Polish market authorization holders are lobbying against the decision, believing it may eventually be withdrawn. Here you go, way to go. The Polish Ministry of Health has drafted an amendment to the Act of Counteracting Drug Addiction, which aims to prohibit the sale and advertising of hemp products intended for smoking or inhalation. This includes products containing CBD that are designed for smoking or vaping. The ministry justifies this move by claiming that using cannabis or cannabis-related products can lead to intoxication and addiction with repeated use. In the case of hemp, with a THC content of less than 0.3%, the threshold for a cannabis plant to be classified as an industrial hemp, this is patently untrue. Not all hemp products will be affected by this proposed change. CBD oils, as long as they are not intended for smoking or inhalation, are exempt from the prohibition. Other hemp products used for purposes such as textiles, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, energy, food, and more will also remain unaffected. However, businesses that primarily offer hemp products for vaporization or smoking, such as CBD shops, may be forced to close their operation or adapt to the new regulations. The proposed amendment is currently in the draft stage and must pass through several hurdles before becoming law. These include review by the parliamentary committees, a vote in the plenary chamber, approval by the Senate, and finally the president's desk. Given the ongoing presidential campaign and coalition quarrels within the government, the fate of the proposal is uncertain. I'd say so. I would say so for sure. Now, Mr. Kutch explained, as for CBD being classified as a narcotic, it's difficult to say. Sometimes the government floats a trial balloon to gauge public reaction. And another issue is that the CBD is classified as a novel food across the EU, not as a narcotic. And in Poland, we're awaiting presidential elections in May. Personally, I don't think any major legal changes will come into force in the first half of the year, as it could reduce the voter support for the governing party's candidate. So see if Mr. Kush is right on that. Banning CBD. Just all right. It's just not, and you can see the effects the changes had on things. So here we go. Last story of the day. This one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. Headline says Massachusetts lawmakers filed a dozen psychedelic-related bills ahead of last week legislative deadline. Alrighty-o, here we go. We'll find out what's going on there. Massachusetts, a dozen bills, and it's a marijuana story, and it's bound to be jumpy, folks. And there we go. Psychedelics advocates across the Bay State scored some short-term wins last week, a dozen to be exact, as Commonwealth lawmakers submitted 12 psychedelics-related bills prior to the legislative filings deadline last Friday. This surge in activity follows the November 2024 defeat of Question 4, the legislation and regulation of psychedelic substances initiative, which aimed to legalize therapeutic access to, as well as decriminalize possession and use of psilocybin, psilocin, DMT, ibogaine, and mescaline for adults 21 and older. Now, Jody Moray and Graham Moore, former campaign staffers for the ballot initiative, have taken the lead in fostering ongoing advocacy for psychedelics reform in Massachusetts. They are co-executive directors of Massachusetts for Mental Health Options, the new approach PAC Back campaign organization that will dissolve at the end of this month. Speaking for this article, Moore exposed gratitude to the many lawmakers who responded to our outreach and worked with us to get the historic number of psychedelic bills filed after the disappointing defeat of the ballot question. Moore, who is also the founder of Parents for Plant Medicine, says that our small group of grassroots activists are unable to make a compelling case to legislators that the majority of Massachusetts citizens do want access to psychedelic healing. She highlighted the efforts of her fellow former campaign organizers particular C.J. Lowe Conte, an Army veteran who played a prominent role in the Question 4 campaign for helping draft and support the proposal. Now, Tim Morris, he's a Belarusia resident and longtime psychedelic booster on the South Shore. He was also instrumental in coordinating outreach with Rep. Mark Lombardo, who filed an HD 188, a bill relative to removing criminal penalties for limited psilocybin possession. Now, Henry Morgan, a UMass Amherst graduate student, additionally played a key legislative outreach role for the budding coalition. He inherited Lombardo's bill as a crucial shift in their advocacy beyond medicalization or commercialization. Drug use remains a fundamental reality we cannot criminalize away. Exactly. We must confront the enormous and growing public health crisis of chemical alteration in the black market to protect consumer health. Successful reform requires both divestment from criminalization and reinvestment in harm reduction opportunities and public good. The grant program, he added, will strengthen an ecosystem of autonomous and independent harm reduction organizations that will address these systematic issues. Now, the newly filed bills address a range of issues from research to decriminalization and legalization. Among them are 3 pilot programs proposed for controlled psychedelic use. HD 417, it's an act relative to therapeutic psilocybin treatment centers. This would establish a 5-site pilot program with locations in Western Massachusetts, Central Massachusetts, the North Shore area, and South Shore area, and the Metro Boston area as well. Now, HD 4196, it's an act establishing a pilot program for access to regulated psilocybin. And this would have the Department of Public Health develop a pilot psilocybin-assisted therapy program to allow for the research and development of psilocybin services for adults with PTSD and end-of-life distress, depression, and other specific conditions. And SD 1624, it's an act authorizing a pilot for the use of psychedelics in licensed treatment facilities. Under the bill, DPH would establish a pilot program to allow for the monitored mental health care of clinically appropriate patients using psychedelic materials. And they say other significant measures include HD 1003. It's a psilocybin legalization bill introduced by Rep. Patrick Kearney, and HD 4243. It's a psychedelics task force bill spearheaded by Mike Connolly, who also filed HD 3020, an act relative to harm reduction and racial justice, a broad sweeping drug decriminalization bill. So hopefully, some of these things make their way along and make some changes, because it's really, things have really changed over the years. There's no doubt about that. I can think back to the 70s and the way things were, and to see the way things are opening now is it's good to see. If there's medical benefit there and it can help people, let's get it to them. So other than that, that's it for today. So from the legacy420.com news, that's the report. As I said, thanks to Camelford Lifestyle Shop, legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics .ca and at ease.ca. And in closing, thanks for tuning in, and don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. See you all Monday. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Tim, you've built yourself a cannabis business. So tonight we're going to learn, the history about your business, as well as what the future holds for Legacy 420. So, you started out with a retail store, and I remember you just had a little wee back room back there in behind, and that was about it. And you've, as we've mentioned, you built the new building. Now it's larger, as we mentioned, than an LP or a micro larger. So, how big is it, and what all is in it?
Okay,
what's
so
all
we went
in?
from so we went from 1,000 square feet to over 10,000 square feet, right? So it's a big building with a lot of power in it, right? Like it packs a big punch. So you have production facility, testing facility. You actually got 3 production rooms, a wet lab, dry lab, and testing facility, as well as retail outlet, administration offices, and the retail, I don't know if we mentioned that, is probably 3,500 square feet, close to 4,000 square feet.
And it's high ceiling.
And it's 20
high
feet ceiling.
ceiling.
Yeah. So it's quite the building. There's 20 acres of land, and there's a greenhouse in the back. I'm actually talking with a group of people that are very interesting, that have a vision for the business. But there's a lot of nuances with it, right? So I'm looking to part out fairly quickly.
So you're talking about parting out. You're talking about selling.
And so they're looking for 5-year type thing before, But a very interesting group talking about psychedelics. We're talking doctors, nurses, full script, the whole thing. But I'm 65, and it's a huge gamble at this juncture in my life, right? So I just want to kind of just retire, right? And just let the younger generation grab the reins and giddy up.
You've got 20 acres of land there. You've got the green. You've got a greenhouse. You've got the building. Like, it's there. Anybody who's looking for it's running.
Oh yeah, and with that comes all the equipment in the building, right? So you got all the bells, the whistles to make oil, just about everything you would think you would need is there. There's probably there's a complete, obviously, for interested people, there's a complete list of everything in the building and its value. But just in bleakers alone, Al, there's probably $100,000 in bleakers, and just in molds, just gummy molds. There's got to be another $100,000 just in gummy molds, just in molds. Yeah. So we have a SKU of 2,700 different products. So all the formulations come with it.
Yeah.
All the staff come with it. So you're on day one. You're in production.
You're in production.
Day one. You're producing.
It's going.
Boom.
It's operating. Exactly.
Yeah.
Before the break, we were talking about the lab and the fact that, you're not just some handheld machine. You've actually got actual lab equipment, and tell us a little bit about it. Like, is it chromatography or however you say that word?
Yeah. Yes, chromatography. Yes.
Okay.
So there's 2 machines in there, and I'm not quite sure the name of the other machine now. I hired very smart people to work those machines. I don't work them myself. But they're exactly the same machines that Health Canada uses and everybody else that's in this business, in a meaningful way anyways. And as I said earlier, there's a whole cornucopia of reasons for using them, and health and safety is very first, and basically that's why we're using them, right? So health, safety, security, and that's the thing about having this machine in your as a business investment. It not only brings you safety and security about what you're selling, but it dials in all your products as well, right? So you shouldn't even be in production if you don't have the ability to test it. Like, think about that just for 1 second, right? So your input material comes in, right? Somebody tells you it's 20%. You're putting it in and doing your calculations on 20%. What if it's 10%? Your input product's 10%.
Exactly.
Or even worse, 4%, right? You can test anything, right? And there's the other thing, right?
The accuracy of the product is so important. You mentioned that. Now, are you? I know at one time when I've talked to you in the past, you're doing nation to nation stores.
So we do quite a bit of So we do quite a bit of wholesale. So it's probably creeping up to 40% of sales, anyways. Now,
wow.
Yeah. So I'd like it to be obviously higher, but it takes time. So we only started it in, I think it was 2019, just prior to the pandemic. So it's now almost 40% of the sales. So it's coming along pretty good. We do a lot of sales in the cities, to ventures that are indigenous ventures that are set up in the cities.
So the nation to nation on your wholesale end, you can only do it in Ontario. You can't send it across.
Oh no, we go straight across Canada.
Oh, okay.
So we have clients in Saskatchewan and Manitoba as well.
Yeah.
None in British Columbia yet. So I think we've had something like 2 million or 3 million people go through that business.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow. Trademark.
Yes.
That was I forgot all about that, and I'm just looking at the website. Holy shit! Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. That long time.
Yeah. You were a long time getting that.
7 years and $50,000 later. It's you know what the cost is for me? It's about $2,000 a month.
That's
what I pay them.
Why?
Well, trademarks. So there's probably 5 or 6 trademarks that we got in. But the most important one, obviously, is the one for the business. I'd be open to leasing, but I'd much rather see the building be sold. But if it had to be a lease, I could set up a 20-year long-term lease.
Right.
But I'll put the building in my son's name, and if I die, then everything goes to him, right?
Correct.
So it really doesn't matter.
So I just want to do a quick rundown. Legacy 420 is for sale, and comes with the with Legacy 420, it's much more than just a retail store. You want to just
It's a
quickly run
production
down what it all
facility.
comes with?
Yeah. So it comes complete with everything you need to do production. You know how I built out the building, Al, was I built it out for forward thinking. All right. So in 2018, I had 65 people employed there. Then in 2019, the economy started slow. In 2020, the pandemic happened, and then lo and behold, we are where we are now. But we were running probably 65 people with a $25 million revenue.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's employing a lot of people and a lot of
yeah,
product.
and so that is an 8-hour shift, 5 days a week. So I built out the building for 12-hour for 2 shifts, 2 8-hour shifts, 16-hour. That's how I built the building out to run 24 hours a day. So it's fully capable of producing, I figure, anywhere from 80 to $100 million in production per year. At least that's how I had it built out. And so there's on the other end of this recession or whatever we're coming into here, that's a big dream for the right person.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's a turnkey operation, folks.
It is a turnkey operation. Absolutely is. Yeah.
Anybody who's interested in looking into Legacy 420, where shall they go to as far as
just come on down. Yeah, just come on down. Give us a call. We'll give you a tour. We're generally what we do is Jordan usually does probably 15-20 minute tour through the building, check out all the departments, usually a little bit longer. He describes products and that. So maybe half an hour tour. And then when the tour's done, boom, we sit down and start discussing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And just for everybody who knows, who's interested, here is the contact information. There's the address. There's the phone number.
Perfect.
Just that's right there on the legacy420.com website. Just scroll down to the bottom and send them a message.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options. Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyendinaga.
When you think of the number of unique products developed in the fields, kitchens, and labs at Legacy 420, it's hard to think that one stands out above the rest. But tell that to the thousands of people who have tried this amazing breakthrough product. Sacred Salve, so easy to apply, along with soothing relief. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Give us a bit of a rundown, and then maybe get us we'll go from there.
Yeah. So I opened Legacy 420. Actually, it was in 2014. And then tried to get a license for it. under cannabis, to no avail. So I opened a license under just Legacy 420, not didn't make any reference to what I might be selling. I just put paraphernalia, so i.e. pipes and so on. And so that was always basically my dream, Al, was to be in the cannabis business. I'm sure it was you guys' dream too, right? So
That's
from an
right.
early age, yeah. So from a very early age, you know, I had dreams of opening, you know, a dispensary.
Yeah.
And you know, lo and behold, you know, the Liberal government was talking about it in 2013, and it got me thinking, right? So I thought, well, as Native people, we should be really thinking about this, because this plant fits right in with the rest of our medicines. And so, yeah, I basically launched Legacy, and you know, no fanfare. Sat there in the store probably for 6 or 8 months all alone. Nobody ever came to the door. Everybody's afraid to
Oh,
come to the
really?
door. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no.
Oh, yeah.
So, like,
And it,
would you not have had a sign out on Highway 2, which is, you
no,
know,
no, I wasn't. No, because at that
okay,
time I had a partner, and you know, I won't mention his name or anything, but
okay.
I did have a partner, and he had cold feet, so he didn't want to make any admissions. You know, he wanted to do it on the downslide, and
Now,
I wanted to be bold.
were you in the
We had
strip
a
mall
statement
at
to
that
make.
time?
Beg your
Like,
pardon?
like when we met, you were in the strip mall there on
Yes,
Highway 2. So
exactly. Yeah,
that's where it was launched from,
that's
in
where it was
beside the
launched.
cigar store.
Right, which I own too. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So I had both the stores, and the another friend of mine had the other store.
Mhm.
So basically, we opened the store with the premise that there'd be no consultation, and sure enough, we were right. Right, so we're never consulted on anything, and so an educated guess, and it turned out to be exactly that. There was no consultation, nor would there be. Um, so in 2016 or 2015, yeah, 2016, the police came to my shop, and
Project Long Arm.
yeah, basically I had been in operation for probably almost a year
Mhm.
before they came along, and wanted to shut me down. Basically said they were going to arrest everybody in the store and shut us down. And so I basically challenged them. I said, well, look, I've got a lot of evidence here that says we have every right in the world to not only be using this plant, but selling and trading this plant as well. And I said, why don't you do yourself a favor and me a favor, and instead of raiding this store, give us a couple of weeks or a couple of months, take that pile of paperwork that I just gave you and take it to Ottawa and see what Ottawa has to say about it. Right. So he did. He took it to the public prosecution, Judy Raybold's office, and we got a positive assessment. They ended up calling me. Yeah. So they called me 3 months later and basically said, you know, leave your reporter and your lawyers behind, come down and see us. And so I did. And when I got in the office, there was, you know, not one or two police like there usually is. There was, you know, 5 or 6. It looked like the whole department was there, and they were all huddled around a big conference room table. So I plopped my ass down, and basically the chief of police said, "We don't, you know, we don't know how to tell you this, so we're not. We're just going to read it to you." And so they read me the statement from the Crown Prosecution's office. And basically, it rubber stamped my position that constitutional right to this plant. So basically, they were told basically to stay away, right, until this was sorted out through Ottawa or the courts, and because Justin Trudeau was, you know, about to legalize the plant, and really they didn't want to rock the boat so early in the game, and the constitutionality about it all. So
Yeah, yeah.
so
Wow.
under those two,
So,
they
like,
basically left me alone.
yeah, and basically, I look at that as you're the first
I
cannabis,
was the first, yeah,
indigenous cannabis store,
yeah.
legal store that was selling. And because of your actions is what we see. Like, I'm in the middle. I live in a spot where I got access to 100 stores.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Al. So what I did there is was huge, right? For the wealth
major.
of indigenous people across the country.
Correct.
So today, I think there's something like 1,200 dispensaries on First Nations across reserves. Now, overwhelmingly, a lot of those nations have improved their lifestyles, right?
Yes.
So they're able to go and buy a nicer car, or maybe rent a better apartment, or possibly buy a home, right? And literally that's why I started this, because I knew, because I come from tobacco, I knew that we literally turned tobacco upside down in a matter of a decade. And we stole position, we stole revenue, and we rained down hell on the big players. And so we basically took market position. And so I coming from that industry, I knew we could do this. I knew we could affect change, lower the prices, right? And move this forward for all of us. And sure enough, that's where we are today. Now, it's so systemic now that all the chiefs are basically on board. There's the odd one that's against it, but for the most part, this is a decade of cannabis use in First Nation. And there's been no deaths. Al, remember you and I, we used to discuss this back and forth, right? This plant has never killed anybody. But now the chief and the council see with their own eyes that there's no death. And there's only growth for your nation out of this.
Correct.
Right?
Employment.
Right. So when I opened up my store, band councils, basically their highest wage was, anywhere from $18 to $20. Well, that was the starting wage. So basically what I did was force the council and the bands to increase their wages. And not only they're running parity with the province now. That's how many employees I took from them, right? And treated them well. And there's what you have to do. You have to pay people well and treat them well to get the results that you need to be successful in life, right? And that's all you got to do. And so the band councils weren't very good at that, but now they're treating their people a lot better. And this is good.
Good.
Right. So we there's where the seed, right, was planted in my head for a production facility, right? So it was at that moment, 2016, that I realized that we had enough capital and enough customers to sustain a production facility, right? And I knew, right, that we had to be constitutional, that we had to protect ourselves legally, right? And so that's what I began. I began to do that. And so that's when all right, I need to get a piece of land. I need to put up a building. I need this, I need that. So I started strategizing and hiring the necessary people to help me along with that.
Correct.
So that was integral. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Now, the building that you did build and you're in now, that has been built to basically
LP standards.
LP
licensed
standards,
producer standards. Yeah, pretty much. So
like it's
that's
bigger
why
than
I
a
built it out like
bro.
that. Yeah.
What's
So
that?
I absolutely built it that way because when I was talking to the council shortly after I had my talk with the police, the council called me in and basically read me the riot act. They knew that they couldn't do anything to shut me down. So we discussed the problem, the parameters, what the future is going to look like. They had no idea. And so I laid out what I saw coming. And the chief at the time and the council were of the position that, no, we're going to control this. And I go, okay. And I told him, I said, there's going to be 50 to 60 stores all through this community if we don't start talking right now.
Yeah.
Right. So they chose not to. They thought they had the upper hand. And yeah, and so here we are with 60 stores, right?
Yeah, so did they not at some time, you guys did meet like as a community to come up with some type of standards or?
Well, yeah, so we created all our own standards, right?
Yeah.
And so when the council came to do the tour, they were just blown away. They were just blown away. So even everybody that's been to this store, and like I say, I've had the UK delegation. I think it was 9 members of parliament, 2 knights, and a lord visit from UK,
Wow.
right? Yeah, right. So no federal MPs from Canada came, but at least the UK delegation came, right? And so, yeah, they're standard, right?
Like,
So,
as far as the tour thing, there you're talking about the UK, but you've also got like universities, colleges.
oh yeah, so
community colleges that come
Queens,
through.
oh yeah, so we're working with 2 different colleges right now.
Yeah. Oh, well, look what you've accomplished so far. Like all the stuff we discussed, and
just imagine what the next generation.
Exactly, and the psychedelics and going on to the younger generation would be that next step for the business.
Right. So all the native groups right now, so your NGOs are basically on board. So the Union of Ontario Indians, Chiefs of Ontario, and AIA they're all on board with a holistic approach to cannabis. So they'd like to see a health and wellness roll out with not just cannabis, but with other medicines in there as well. And that's what this group of people that I'm talking with right now, they have their eye on that ball as well. So I think what you're going to see in the future here from the legislation I've been reading, it's already been done. So there's going to be a change in approach in how we deal with sick. I think it's the right approach. So the fear of the federal government and the provinces right now is that the far north, they have very few doctors, nurses, medical professions, and hospitals in the north. And what they're trying to do is basically weaponize groups of people, such as myself and other groups, to bring holistic medicines and start basically treating them right on First Nations. So it's an interesting time right now for healthcare. Yeah, interesting. So
basically traveling or set up some type of treatment centers.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're talking. Clinics.
Yeah.
Series of clinics. Yeah.
It's such a benefit for nations to have it. Like with the medicine, the business. So it's just such, and the employment and the opportunities to do and grow and learn. It's just such a great opportunity. I wish more
a huge
councils would be on board, right? Like,
I totally agree with you.
I just running. This is the top of your main page of your website there. So that's the little video that's running.
Right on.
See the store. See your bike.
Oh, the bike's for sale too. It goes with the store.
Yeah, does it?
Don't tell my husband that.
I'm too old for that now.
My husband's Crees, not Mohawk. No. Don't tell him that the bike goes with the store.
You can see in the one picture there, right out, I think it's right after the store here, the jars of the oil, of the cannabis oil.
Right.
There you go, right there. Because you got your lab, you got consistency in your product. The oil that you're producing there, and all your products, like from my understanding, you produce your products with full spectrum.
Usually oil. So full spectrum is used only. We do have full spectrum, or not full spectrum. Yes, everything's full spectrum. What am I saying now? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everybody looks at things differently. Different terms mean different things to different people, right?
Yeah. So there is actually a place on our website that you can go to, and there is exactly a certificate analysis for every product that we sell.
Oh, I believe that for sure.
Yeah. So like there's validation when you buy that product, it's validated.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can see for yourself by
that's
just
what I would
moving around
probably
on that website.
I would source like
All right. So to wrap things up, anybody who's interested in looking into Legacy 420, where shall they go to as far as like
Just come on down. Yeah, just come on down. Give us a call. We'll give you a tour. We're generally what we do is Jordan usually does probably 15-20 minute tour through the building, check out all the departments, usually a little bit longer. He describes products and that. So maybe half an hour tour, and then when the tour's done, boom, we sit down and start discussing. Yeah.
Yeah. And just for everybody who knows, who's interested, here is the contact information. There's the address. There's the phone number.
Perfect.
Just that's right there on the legacy420.com website. Just scroll down to the bottom and send them a message. So,
all right. Right on.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
So let's get up, let's get on it. Don't you leave me broken hearted tonight.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
This is the 420 radio show. We are live on lifestyleradio.ca. Come on in the chat room, which I haven't even loaded today. So Marcel's not here today, so nobody's in the chat room, but I'll come in just to say hello in a few minutes. Excuse the hissing. I'm not sure who it is. I'm going to ask everybody to mute, if you don't mind, so we can figure out what the hissing is.
I don't know what's going on with you, dude, but that sounds horrible. So, David, I would like to introduce you to the listening audience. This is Dr. David Allen from Sacramento, California, formerly of the Human Solution, I believe.
Yes.
And if you'd like to take it away, sir, and introduce yourself and tell us what you've been doing and why we invited you to talk here today about, particularly about the situation you're experiencing with your, the medical board down in California recently.
Okay. The medical board is used as a tool to suppress this new science of the endocannabinoid signaling system, and or the ECS. And the ECS is it's a new science, and it involves these chemicals that your body makes, and they lock onto these receptors that are on all your cells, and they cause physiologic reaction, and all kinds of things happen because of this lock and key kind of mechanism. And this system is a chemical communication system that controls all metabolism. It controls cell division and cell differentiation. So this is the major control and communication between cells. You know, cells have to be able to communicate with each other so they know what the other cells are doing. And they do this by having these protein receptors on their cell surface, their cell membrane. And there's different receptors for different things. So there's different antennae. You may think of them as antenna. There's a different antenna for insulin and for estrogen and progesterone and testosterone and opiates and cannabinoids. And as these chemicals float around, they touch these antennae and they lock onto them like a lock and key mechanism. And so only insulin locks onto insulin receptors. Only cannabinoids lock onto cannabinoid receptors. And so they're like a lock and key, and they cause signals to happen. And it controls everything. And so the upshot of this is this. By controlling the ECS, you can control, say, diabetes. There's already studies now that show that if you smoke cannabis for 20 years or more, and that's not the best way to use it, but if you smoke it for 20 years or more, the incidence of diabetes is about 66% less than the population. And so your doctor can't give you any medicine to decrease the incidence of diabetes. He can only give you stuff to treat it, but he can't give you anything to decrease the incidence by even 2%. So this is like a miracle. And actually, I'm sure once we're allowed to study cannabis, the scientists are prevented from studying cannabis. Once we're allowed to study cannabis and show that if you eat cannabis, it's going to have even more protection than 66% reduction. So what this means is the financial impact of this is this. If you had a dialysis company or any kind of a medical company that was dependent on diabetes, you would be quite fearful of something that was going to decrease your business by 66%. And so the medical board is used as a weapon to kind of slow down this progression of this changeover, because what this means is the people that are currently getting money for health care are not the same people that are going to get money for health care in the future. So they want to fight that, and they're using the medical board to suppress this information. And so the medical board has gone around and attacked doctors that do this kind of work. And actually, Prop 215 was introduced in 1996, and it said that any doctor that would talk to his patient about cannabis should not be punished. Yet the medical board ignores this law. It's a law. It's voted into law. The medical board ignores this law and repeatedly goes after many doctors doing this kind of work. So Dr. Molly Fry was attacked by the medical board. Her and her husband were attacked by the law enforcement and the medical board, and the law enforcement came in and they checked her garden every year. And Dr. Molly Fry and her her husband, Dale Schaefer, who's an attorney, wanted to make sure that they were completely legal. And what they did is they had the local law enforcement come in to check their garden, and the law enforcement agreed and checked it every year. And what they did was they documented that they had over 100 plants in a actually the statute is a 5-year statute, and so if they can document that you have 100 plants, over 100 plants in a 5-year period, then you have federal charges, and that's exactly what they did to them. So the law enforcement came in, like 1 year they had 33 plants, and the next year they had something, I don't know all the plant numbers, but basically they were just a little bit over 100 plants in a 3-year period, and they did 5 years for this crime.
Cumulatively, they count them.
Cumulatively, they have 5-year statute of limitations. So if the feds can document, and so what this also means is this: they could technically use Google Earth for a period of 2 or 3 years, 5 years, and say that by Google Earth search that your property has so many plants on it. I'm sure. I don't know that that's ever been done, but technically that's kind of where they're going with this. And so really Google Earth could be used in cases in the future. Wow. Unless people get sanity and legalize cannabis. So I would like to file a class action lawsuit, and I've talked to Dr. Molly Fry about this, and she agrees. And we would like to find a lawyer who's willing to take the medical board to federal court for suppression of a branch of science. Because the truth is, what they do is this: there's a thing called a good faith exam. And you have to do a good faith exam to be legal. But there's no single definition of a good faith exam. And so they use that technical thing, and they pick apart your exams, and they say, well, he didn't do a good faith exam because of X, Y, Z. And that's how they prosecute you. And they actually prosecute you in a administrative court. And what this means is, normally, if you're charged with a felony or something, you go to a criminal court and you have the right to have a jury. But if the medical board comes after you, they take you to administrative court, and there's just an administrative judge, and there's no jury, and it's almost impossible to hire a lawyer that practices what they call administrative law. And in addition, the Medical Board of California pays the administrative law courts like $1.2 million every quarter. So basically, the administrative courts and the judges are employees of the Medical Board. And how do you think that these guys rule for or against the Medical Board? Wow. If they're being paid by the Medical Board. So what they're doing is they're suppressing doctors, talking to patients about this. And the truth is, what doctors do, cannabis doctors currently, and this is going to change, but currently cannabis doctors just talk to patients about cannabis. They evaluate them. Is there any contraindications? And is there any safety issues that the doctor should address? And then what the doctor does, he signs a legal document to allow the patient to use cannabis legally. Previously, he was using cannabis illegally prior to coming to the doctor. But after he comes to the doctor, he gets a piece of paper that says it's legal for him to use cannabis. And so we're actually doing society a favor, and our medical expertise allows us to judge mortality and morbidity and make a decision on whether the patient can use cannabis safely or not. And so we're really doing a counseling service. We're not really doing a medical service. And in addition, this is all fraudulent because cannabis doesn't hurt anybody. There's arguably no contraindications to cannabis except for major allergies, and even major allergies may not be a contraindication. Now, that's a pretty bold statement. I did a test. You can look it up on YouTube. I was in Vancouver at Remo's house, the urban grower, and he had a friend of his that had topical cannabis allergy. So when he touched cannabis on his skin, he broke out in hives. And I demonstrated this on YouTube. You can look it up, Dr. Allen Cannabis Allergy Tests. And I put some cannabis and some hash and some hash oil on them and put some Benadryl and steroids on them. And you can see the reaction. But this guy smokes cannabis on a daily basis. So the truth is, you can still use cannabis and have an allergic reaction to it. How about that?
I met somebody who is allergic to the touch of it, but uses it on a regular basis, ingestion and inhalation. Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, cannabis is writing new medical rules. This is unlike any other previous medicine we've ever used, and there's almost no complications. There's almost no contraindications. Some people think that pregnancy is a contraindication. I personally feel that it is an indication to use cannabis, not a contraindication. And the medical board considers schizophrenia a contraindication, or even bipolar disease a contraindication. I believe that's crazy to think that schizophrenics are helped by cannabis. They might want to stay away from sativas, but in general, cannabis will help even the worst. No matter how mentally ill you are, cannabis will still help you.
I agree. Absolutely, that's great.
Yeah, you're here. I've got quite a comment and a few questions, if you don't mind. Do we call you Dr. Allen, or can we call you David?
You can call me Dr. Allen, sure. Or Dave. I just find David. You can call me David.
Oh, okay. David, I don't know about everybody else from up here that's with us right now, but it seems a little bit surprising to me that this is happening in California, because I personally have always seen California as kind of being cutting edge when it comes to cannabis and medicinal cannabis, and we thought that things were pretty liberal down there. So it
is. But we still have people that are making money on the drug war, and those people are not liberal. And here's something you need to understand: people that smoke pot don't think the same way as people that don't smoke it. So pot smokers have different thought processes from non-pot smokers, and this is well known. And the non-pot smokers think somehow that they're superior intellectually and in decision making than pot smokers. They think that all pot smokers are lazy, worthless, confused, bumbling, and it's not true. And it has to do with the brain anatomy. And this is a little bit of an explanation, but if you can follow me, here's how it goes. There's really two parts of the brain, the upper brain and the lower brain. And then there's a switching mechanism in the middle that controls whether you're thinking in the upper brain or the lower brain. Now, the upper brain is the cognitive part of the brain. It's the mammalian part of the brain. And it takes time to think. It has a bunch of it matches a bunch of stuff, and it comes up with a good answer. The hindbrain, the reptilian brain, is only for protection of the species. And what it does is it does three things: fight, flight, or freeze. That's all it does. Those three things. And it doesn't take any time to do it. Okay? So the concept is if the bear is going to eat you, you can't take time to think about his eye color. You got to get out of the way and act immediately. So you got to, flight. And so this is a protective mechanism that protects the species from predators and things. And the switching mechanism that switches between the upper and lower is the midbrain. Part of the midbrain is called the amygdala, and you have one on each side, so you have two amygdala. And the amygdala is an organ that it's a fear organ of the brain. And what it does is it monitors the situation. And if anything happens that was previously thought of as dangerous to the individual, then what it does is it causes amygdalar alert. Okay? And what it does is it actually causes a thing called amygdalar hijack. And what this means is it turns off your thinking part, your upper brain, and turns on your lower brain. So it hijacks your cognitive powers. So whenever you stimulate the amygdala, it kind of makes you where you can't think a little bit. Okay? And it just puts you into reaction mode. And we really don't know how the amygdala stores this memory. Some people think it may be even a DNA memory, because we know that if you take baby chicks that have never seen any danger, they were just born, and if you fly a shadow of a hawk over them, they all scatter. And we think that this is a genetic learned trait that is stored somehow in the genes and the DNA of the amygdala. Okay? Now, so what does this mean now? So when you use cannabis works by inhibiting stuff. So cannabis works by inhibiting nerve transmission. So if you have seizures and your brain's telling your limbs to shake, cannabis, the endocannabinoid system, has a way that it can retrograde signal the nerves and send signals back to the brain to say, hey, look, you don't need to signal me this much. And it lowers, it decreases nerve transmission. So it slows nerve transmission by retrograde inhibition of signal transmission. And so what that means is when you smoke marijuana, you can turn stuff off in your brain that you previously couldn't turn off. You can inhibit nerve transmission. So if you can inhibit stuff, you can most likely inhibit the amygdala. And when that happens, you feel chill. You're not on alert. You're not worried about something going to eat you. You're not. You have less concern. You're just. It has the effect that marijuana has on you. It lowers anxiety. And so what this means is all cannabis use is medical, even if you don't know the science behind it, because it allows you to turn off your amygdala, and when you turn off your amygdala, you have more cognitive process, you have more empathy for other people. Now, the third part of this analysis is this. Scientists wanted to find out what CB1 receptors actually did for thought processes. And so what they did was, now the CB1 receptor is a big protein, and it pierces the cell membrane 7 times, and it has a portion on the inside of the cell and a portion on the outside of the cell, and it's shaped funny, it has charges on it. And when the cannabinoid molecule binds onto this, it causes a physiologic reaction. And I can explain more about that, but basically, so they wanted to find out what CB1 receptors did for memory. And so what they did was they have these, they know exactly where on the DNA that the CB1 receptor resides. And they can actually pluck that out. They can knock that segment of DNA out and put a segment of gibberish DNA in there. And when they raise animals with this new DNA, they can raise mice with this segment knocked out, and they call them knockout mice. And when they test them, they can indeed do not have CB1 receptors. Okay? And so they have CB1 knockout mice. And they wanted to find out how this mouse reacted compared to regular mice that have normal cannabinoid receptors. So they made this test called a Morris water maze. And it's just a big circular tank with water in it. And it has a little stage that's placed in it, and it's right below the surface of the water. And it's clear and you can't see it, okay? And then they have a camera over top the Morris water maze, and then they have some markers on the side so the animal can see which direction is which. So they have a square on one side and a circle on another and a star. So here's what they do. They put the mice in there, and the mice swim around, they record them on the camera, and eventually they run into the stage. They stand up on the stage, and they can save themselves from drowning. So they do that to the regular mice, and after a while, they know right where it's at. You throw them in, and they'll go right to where the stage is. And they do that for both groups, the regular mice with cannabinoid receptors and the knockout mice without. And eventually both groups of mice know right where the thing is, and they swim towards it. After they teach them this about a week or so, they have to teach them. So then they repeat the experiment, and here's where it gets interesting. What they do is they just move the stage to a different location. And they throw the regular mice in it, and the mice go to where it used to be. They test the environment. It's not there. What do they got to do? They have to go somewhere else, and they start searching. They find where the new location, and they save themselves. The knockout mice continually swim where the stage used to be until they drown. And even more interesting, if you pick them up and put them on the new stage with the new location, they jump off, they deny reality, and swim to where it used to be and drown. Wow. So let's take it now. Let's take this concept and apply it to humans. So in any enzyme system, there's going to be genetic defects, and some people will have better enzymes than others. Okay, and so same thing with cannabis. So when you smoke cannabis, the first time you smoke it, you already have cannabinoid receptors, but once you smoke it, the number of receptors that you have increases logarithmically. And we don't really know how this happens. They call it upregulation of the cannabinoid receptor. And what happens is, all of a sudden you have a lot more ability to inhibit parts of your brain. And so, if people have cannabinoid deficiencies, then they would act like knockout mice.
Right, and they can't save themselves then.
And so they would do repetitive, destructive behavior, despite that the information coming back to them, the feedback information coming to them tells them that they're not being successful. They continually do destructive behavior. So, so that's kind of exactly what happens in the knockout mice. They hate newness. They don't like change. They can't accept change at all. And so they fight and fight to maintain what used to be. And I think this describes the drug war. It describes the fear, the hoarding of money, the hoarding of weapons and food, and the hatred for other races. So I think that cannabis cures racism because it inhibits the amygdala.
So what you're saying is Donald Trump really needs a fatty.
In the worst way.
On that note,
In the worst way.
that was a good way for me to break in there, Ross. I'm sitting here, and I am listening very intently. But we're going to take a quick break. This is the 420 Radio Show. I'm on my way into the chat room. I was waiting. If there's anybody in there with questions, or if you have a question for David or Dr. Allen, whoever you want to call him today, we'll be right back. We're having a very interesting conversation. When we come back, I want to find out a little bit more about you, David, as well, and what your practice is and things like that, okay? And
Sure.
We'll be back in a couple of minutes on the 420 Radio Show. We're going to listen to some Ellen Buskdale. Who's your Punisher? No, who's the Punisher now? There you go, on the 420 Radio Show.
Oh, who's the pusher now? That's a good one.
Now? Yeah, you see, there's dyslexia in action right there.
We love you, Al.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
The National Task Force on Medicinal Cannabis is a group of not-for-profit organizations dedicated to influencing government policy with factual evidence. Our mission is to ensure that a constitutional medical program is developed that will address the concerns of all Canadians that require therapeutic cannabis. The task force is looking for dedicated people who are willing to contribute to our cause. We have formed this task force to foster a unified approach and focus on lobbying the federal government and Health Canada. We represent the combined expertise of thousands of patients with more than a decade of experience. As a task force participant, you, your business, or your group will have an opportunity to show that you care and offer your unique skills to promote the cause. If you would like to get involved, go to medcanataskforce.org. That's medcanataskforce.org and use the Contact Us link to get started. Help us help you.
This is Bubbles from the trailer park, and they're playing some fucking excellent music on lifestyleradio.ca. I hope I didn't sound too nervous there.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Back around 1935, depression, riding high, people trying to have some fun, smoking dope, opium. Government did what they do best, making a mess, made a crime that's victimless, criminalizing cannabis, and the big drug money machine sells oxy and morphine. Legal drugs get us hooked, a million deaths overlooked. Methadone, fentanyl, halcyon, or barbitol. Let the government take a bow. Who's the pusher now? Follow the corporate money trail while decent people rot in jail. Guarantee full occupancy for private prison industry. Caught up in a living hell with a couple of million prison cells and government hypocrisy, paying for modern slavery. And the big drug money machine sells oxy and morphine. Federal laws still protect drugs with deadly side effects. Percocet, Thorazine, opiates, amphetamine. Let the government take a bow. Who's the pusher now? The war on drugs, a political joke, locking us up for smoking dope. No reason laws are running beer. Prohibition made it clear when you turn a market black, it's hard to turn it back. The government gets behind the gun. The IRS is never done. Our taxes pay the FDA, so the DEA can put us away in the government drug money machine. Runs like it's on Dexedrine. Politicians legislate so they can mass incarcerate. Look at the human cost. Personal rights get tossed. Let the government take a bow. Who's the pusher now? As a garden weed, when your body feels your pain, smoke some medical Mary Jane. Let the government take a bow. Let the government take a bow.
We are back. This is the 420 Radio Show. We are live on Lifestyle Radio. Unfortunately, I forgot to come into the chat room because I got talking with David and everybody here in our little group here. We are still talking with Dr. David Allen from California, who you are in the process of challenging what?
Challenging what?
Yeah. You're in the process of trying to stop the medical board.
I think he's being challenged. His license is being challenged.
That's what I mean.
So,
like you're trying to stop that, right?
Well, yeah, I want to sue the medical board in federal court and take it out of the medical board uses the administrative court, and the only way you can get out of this is to, you have to get it out of their court to get a judgment against them.
Okay.
So I want a lawyer to do a class action suit to sue the medical board for suppression of the endocannabinoid signaling system science, and by using a good faith exam as an excuse to take away medical license. So it's a lawyer. It's a tricky word that they use to justify taking people's license away.
Can I ask, is a good faith exam, does that require to be in person? Or because one of the issues here in Canada is that a lot of people are being signed up for a regulatory system with like Skype and telephone calls, and doctors are never actually in the same room as the person that they're signing the authorizations for and so on. So a good faith exam in California would be that you're actually in the same room as the person?
Well, no, that doesn't necessarily mean that, because the medical board allows Skype exams for all kinds of other things. The armies, the services are using it, and a lot of these big insurance companies are using
because you're never actually in the same room as the person that they're...
All right.
So the definition of this good faith exam is really fluid, and it really makes no sense. And the truth is, you shouldn't have to go to a doctor to tell you can use something that's safer than water. It's safer than table salt. It has a lower LD50 than table salt or water. So cannabis can be used without going to a doctor. In the future, what doctors will do is they will know what defects of the enzyme system that you have, and they'll be able to fix it. And they'll be able to give certain cannabinoids and maybe even CB1 and CB2 blockers. Now, blocking the endocannabinoid signaling system is an extremely dangerous thing, and it's resulted in death a couple of times. Recently, they had a death in France where a group of people were given this FAAH enzyme inhibitor, and that's fatty acid amide hydrolase. And what that does is that's an enzyme that degrades excess cannabinoids that your body makes. So once your cannabinoids are used, your body has a way to degrade them to where they don't work, and so the effect doesn't last as long. And so the scientists in their foolishness thought that, well, if you could inhibit this enzyme, then you would have more endocannabinoids build up, and then you would have less pain. And what happened was it ended up in somebody dying from it. They had a cerebral hemorrhage, and several people got sick. And that's the second time that happened. The first time was the scientists developed a CB1 blocker that actually blocked the cannabinoid receptor and prevented anandamide or any other cannabinoids from locking onto the receptor. And and the thought was there that if they blocked the receptor, then then people would not be hungry and they could use it as a diet drug. And what happened was when they blocked the CB1 receptor, all kinds of bad stuff happened. So people were not happy. Instead of being happy, they were sad. They were committing suicide and even homicides. And they weren't hungry. They couldn't sleep. And they had arrhythmias. They developed tumors. And the rats that were given this developed cancerous tumors from blocking the CB1 receptor. So the ECS, the endocannabinoid signaling system, what it does is it causes homeostasis. What that means is it causes a balance. If anything is imbalanced, it causes it to come back in balance. So apparently, when you block the balancing system, it's extremely bad for the person. So blocking the endocannabinoid signaling system is deadly. But in some instances, we may have to do this. And the reason that is this. Some diseases respond to stimulation of one receptor and the inhibition of the other. So by stimulating CB2 receptors and inhibiting CB1 receptors, you get less. If you have a heart attack, it results in less scarring of the muscle. If you have liver disease and you block this, if you block CB1 and stimulate CB2, you have less scarring of the liver. So some disease entities will have to have stimulation of one and blocking of the other, but basically we're manipulating the control of cancer, the control of diabetes, the control of heart attacks, the control of strokes, of seizures, of just virtually every cancer responds to cannabinoid therapy. There's almost no cancers that don't respond to cannabis therapy. And so this this discovery is really the secret of life.
Wow, that's really amazing. I was curious, as you were speaking of the CB1 and CB2 receptors, is there, do we know which particular cannabinoids work on each of those two receptors, or is it like any or all could affect either or?
I don't think all of that science is out just yet. THC
I imagine they're working on that, though, right?
Right. THC binds to both CB1 and CB2 receptors and seems to be inhibited by cannabidiol. So the binding of THC to the CB1 receptor is in part blocked or inhibited by cannabidiol. So cannabidiol modulates the effect that THC has on the CB1 receptor.
Excellent.
And,
that's kind of what I was asking, yeah. Good. Very
good. Yeah, this is real super complex science. It's much harder than rocket science because we're talking about the spatial arrangement of the anatomy of a molecule, of atoms. We're talking about micro anatomy. We're stuff that you can't see with a microscope. The shape of a molecule, and it's a signaling chemical, and it basically controls metabolism. I just wrote an article. It's in Cannabis Digest. It's called "The Evolution of Metabolism, Homeostasis, and the Endocannabinoid Signaling System." It's a big, long title. And what it's about is CB1 receptors control glucose metabolism, and CB2 receptors control fatty metabolism. And it's kind of hard to explain if you don't know all the metabolic pathways. But basically, glucose, when you burn sugar, it produces a lot of energy in the form of ATP, adenosine triphosphate. So it produces a lot of ATP, but it also produces a lot of exhaust. The exhaust it produces is oxygen-free radicals. When you burn fat, it produces even more energy, but it produces a lot slower, and therefore it produces exhaust, oxygen-free radicals, at a much slower rate. And so by burning fuel at a slower rate, you actually extend life. By burning energy fast, you shorten life. So bears, when they hibernate, what they do is they change their CB1 and CB2 receptors so that in the summer, when there's a lot of food around and they're eating constantly, they're gaining all this fat, they're living off of CB1 receptors. And so CB1 produces a lot of energy. They can move around. They're alert. Their mentation is alert. And then, so in the spring or the fall, they start having less food. They start sleeping more. Their glucose drops. It makes them lethargic when their glucose drops. They start sleeping more. And then they change their receptors to burn fat. And then in the winter, they go into hibernation. It's also called torpor. And that's where they lower their respirations, their heart rate, and their temperature. They can lower their temperature as much as 15 degrees. And that's like lowering your metabolism about 75%. So when they go into torpor in the winter when they're hibernating, they lower their respirations and temperature and they decrease their metabolic needs, and they sleep because they don't have enough glucose to keep their brain going. They just have enough to survive, but no more. So they basically shut down. So this has great application to any cell that divides rapidly, like a cancer cell or even bacteria, they have to divide rapidly. Guess what energy they have to burn? They have to burn glucose. They can't divide when they're just using fatty metabolism. They have to use glucose metabolism to divide. And since cannabinoids, CB1 receptors, control glucose metabolism, guess what? You have a master control system of everything. So this controls whether your cells have the ability to divide or not. So by inhibiting CB1 receptors and taking less sugar, you can probably kill cancer cells. You can probably kill bacteria. You might be able to put humans into a state of suspended animation or hibernation and send them on space trips that they could not survive otherwise.
Wow.
Holy cow, that's a lot of good information there, man.
Can I ask you a quick question, David, if you don't mind? I've been having a conversation.
Beautiful information. Thank you very much.
It's great.
Yes, I'm kind of just stunned here.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm sitting here with just sort of half stunned. It's amazing, this stuff. Yes, excellent information.
Yeah.
So please look up Cannabis Digest. I have a bunch of articles. I wrote another article about how cannabis may actually inhibit the Ebola virus.
Wow.
And there's a bunch of science behind this because it inhibits what's called cytokine storm, and that's how Ebola kills you. And I wrote the article, and I had a bunch of science behind it, and then Governor Gary Johnson picked it up, and he mentioned it, and they ridiculed him. All the pot haters hated it, and all the pot lovers loved it. And the article was reprinted in about 7 different languages. And they can't disprove me unless they do a clinical trial.
Wow.
Yeah, well, we know how hard it is to get one of those.
Yes.
Oh, wow. You know, it's
that's a good place to end. You know, the reason people don't understand the controlled substance, CSA, how the classes actually affect politically how it affects cannabis and the science of cannabis. And so there's five classes in CSA, 1 through 5, and cannabis is Schedule 1. And as a Schedule 1 substance, means that it's not safe in doctors' hands and it's not currently used for medical treatment. And anything that's Schedule 1, it's illegal to possess it. So that means that if a doctor wanted to study it, for him to possess it, if he wanted to try it on patients, it would be illegal for him to do that unless he got the cannabis from the government. And he had to apply for a bunch of stuff, and it's basically never given to anybody that's doing any studies that show cannabis efficacy. They only fund studies that show cannabis harm, like National Institute of Drug Abuse. Their whole mission is to do studies on drug abuse, not for efficacy of cannabis. And so, being a Schedule 1 drug means that you can't study it, which means you can't do double-blind studies, which means that there's no studies that show cannabis works. So this is a catch-22. By making it illegal for scientists to study, anybody that does a study that shows that cannabis helps is going to be immediately attacked. Unless they have government permission that they don't give. So this law is a law against knowledge and science. This law is a suppression of information. And as such, and since this is a drug war, then there should be rules of war. And that means if there's rules of war, And if you claim that this war is based on hurting the children and causing harm, and really the ulterior motive is to arrest people and put them in jail and profit from the arrest, then truly that's a war crime. So these people that don't know this science about the endocannabinoid signaling system and profit from putting people in jail for growing a flower that doesn't hurt people, these people are war criminals.
No, I don't disagree with that statement at all.
No, neither do I.
I mean, here in Canada, I mean, it's so bad. They're basically killing people. People have been dying, literally dying, waiting to get it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wait till they find out that they're actually hurting their own families, because there's people in their own families that could use this medicine to stop cancers, stop heart attacks, stop strokes, stop diabetes, and stop a lot of suffering, and make it where you could have some empathy for the other man.
Yeah, but they're not but they're not going to feel bad because they don't believe it. They don't think that it's good. They think it's only bad, and they'll die thinking that. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's so sad. And things like
if you try to tell them information about this, when you talk to them about marijuana, their amygdala is stimulated. And once their amygdala is stimulated, if you try to give them any information about marijuana, they reject it as irritation.
Isn't that called cognitive dissonance?
It's called cognitive dissonance. And so these people, they have an air of arrogance that they're superior to us, that they have better cognitive powers than we do. And the truth is they have less empathy for other humans.
Like conservatives. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? On that note,
it really does.
On that note, I wanted to give
Dr.
David.
Dr. Bob Melamede talks about flips and bits, forward-looking people and backwards-looking people, and this is the same concept that I talked about. The forward-looking people they're not afraid of change; they welcome change, and the backward-looking people, they hate change. They want it sameness, and the backward-looking people are brainstem driven. They're reptilian. They're reptilian people. They're snakes, and the people that use cannabis have empathy. They use the mammalian part of the brain. That's not to say that cannabis people that use cannabis don't have an amygdala, and they can't be. They're still amygdala driven, but they have the ability to turn it off more so than people that don't use cannabis, and therefore they have more empathy.
I love the way that all ties together. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it basically supports, I think, what we've been learning through observation over the last 5, 6, 10 years. Don't you think, folks?
I do. I think it does.
Up here in Canada,
there's definitely snake people and mammalian people and non-snake people. So that's why people that don't smoke pot don't think the same as people that do.
And they become conservatives. I understand now. It's so much clearer.
Yeah, exactly. Right? It's one of the things. I guess we're coming up to the time you said you were able to join us for an hour. Can you let our listeners know where to find you, how to reach you, before we have to let you go, David?
All right. My email is cali215doc@gmail.com, and that's cali215doc@gmail.com. And so check out Cannabis Digest. I have a bunch of articles I wrote in Treating Yourself, but that magazine is closed. But I want to end the war, and I want to stop this slavery that they have us under. And I want people to use cannabis freely and not be arrested for it.
Amen to that.
I think we're all behind you on that. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. That was a very, very, very informative hour that I'm going to listen to over and over again, and be sending to many other people I know. Can I tell you?
Yeah, amen to that. Yeah,
there. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for joining us, David.
Well, thank you for having me.
We've shared a lot of information here already. We're only an hour into the show. We're going to take a little break. We're going to say goodbye to Dr. Allen, and we're going to come back with, we're going to talk to Chris Backer about his accident while he was making medicine about 5 years ago. And then we're also going to talk with our buddy from BMA Hydroponics, Ross Middleton, about, I don't know, maybe growing stuff. We'll be right back on the 420 Radio Show. We're live on Lifestyle Radio. Come on in the chat room and say hello.
Hello.
On Lifestyle Radio.
I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
Thank you for joining us on the 420 Radio Show. This is Chris Backer with your 420 seconds of news. You've heard his name in the news before, and Dana Larson isn't pulling any punches this round in his fight against prohibition. After just recently causing a stir in the Liberal Party with the gift of his newly released book, The History of Cannabis in Canada, coupled with a gram of primo cannabis delivered to all the members of the party, he's on to his next act of civil disobedience. Free seeds for everyone is the cry of the day, as Dana endeavors to get Canadians to grow their own victory gardens of cannabis. Dana says, I myself pledge to grow a dozen big and beautiful cannabis plants in my yard this year, and I urge you to do the same. Grow them on your balcony or your windowsill. Grow them in your front yard or your back, but let's finally bring our plants out of the closet and into the fresh air where they belong. There are many that dislike or fail to see the purpose of civil disobedience, but everything that we have so far or don't have yet in relation to cannabis has come from civil disobedience. From rallies to marches and smokeouts to sit-ins, the freedoms we enjoy every day have been fought for by people that have had enough of prohibition of one sort or another. Whether they're banning books, bongs, cannabis, or freedom of speech, count on people like Dana Larson to stand up and take the fight to the politicians and the authority figures that seek to limit those freedoms. Whether we fight for freedom overseas against foreign powers that look to control or attack us, or here at home against the ones who are supposed to be protecting us but aren't, we can count on the few that have the courage to take the stand and say no. These are my freedoms, and I'm not giving them up. So with 420 just around the corner and the Global Marijuana March in May, Harvest Fest celebrations coming later in the summer and in the fall, I invite you to look up what's happening in your own neck of the woods and join the rest of us in normalizing cannabis use. And if there's nothing happening where you are, then start something. You'll be amazed by the response. More are for it now than against, so come ride the wave. Thanks again, Dana, and if you're listening, I'll take a bag of seeds too, please. You can catch Dana on his cross-Canada Free Marijuana Overgrow the Government tour this April. You can catch him at one of his many stops across the country where you'll learn the hidden history of cannabis in Canada, discover how you can open your own dispensary, and get free high THC seeds and special gifts for everyone. To find out where he'll be and when, check him out at overgrowcanada.com. Ontario is set to ban e-cigarettes and medical marijuana users from smoking or vaporizing anywhere regular cigarettes are prohibited thanks to Bill 45. We've made a determination that smoking, whatever it is, whether it's vaping, whether it's medical marijuana, whether it's cigarettes, that there should be restrictions to that, Premier Kathleen Wynne said on Thursday. And so the rules will apply to cannabis, to medical cannabis, to vaping, as they do to cigarettes. The new rules come months after the Liberal government backtracked on the electronic cigarette regulations just one day after the exemption for medicinal cannabis users came to light. A local vape shop owner says changes to the provincial government wants to make where people can use e-cigarettes will hurt those who want to turn to vaping as a way to quit smoking. We're frustrated with the fact that we keep getting lumped into tobacco and it's not smoking. Vaping isn't smoking. There's no smoke involved, so to treat it like tobacco is very frustrating, he said. And from a patient's point of view, Using cannabis isn't smoking either. It's called medicating, and it's time for the politicians to get with the program and stop banning this healthful alternative to smoking. Now I want to talk about jury nullification. Jury nullification is this. Juries have the power to nullify a law in an individual case by finding the defendant not guilty, even when he or she clearly violated the law in question. The jury can use its discretion to determine that the law itself is unjust, immoral, or unconstitutional and refuse to convict. The New Hampshire House has passed a bill that would require courts to inform juries of their right to vote not guilty when a guilty verdict will yield an unjust result. If passed into law, HB 1270 would amend this section to read, in part, in all criminal proceedings, the court shall inform the jury of its right to judge the facts and the application of the law in relation to the facts in controversy. It used to say the defense shall inform the jury. It's an important distinction to require the court to inform the jury instead of having the defense do so, said Michael Bolden of the 10th Amendment Center. When it comes from an official source like this, it becomes more likely that a juror will consider this as an actual option. In proceeding upon the request of the defense, the court would be required to inform the jury of their options, guilty, not guilty, and jury nullification. The exact statement from the court would include, even if you find the state has proved all the elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, you may still find that based on the facts of this case, a guilty verdict will yield an unjust result, and you may find the defendant not guilty. It would be nice to see the same thing happen here in Canada, and all it would take is for people to know that it's a fact and you can do it. And the fact is that as a juror, it's your right to say not guilty. The NIH, the National Institutes of Health, released a study in which they claim to have discovered a new condition, marijuana use disorder. While being one of the most ridiculous articles I've ever read in a while, the fact that the NIH is claiming there's even a condition called marijuana use disorder is sure to turn their name to MUD. M-U-D, I like that. In a recent report, Dr. Grant and her team found that a percentage of Americans who reported using cannabis in the past year more than doubled in the last 10, and the increase in the cannabis use disorders during that same time was nearly as large. The researchers interviewed more than 36,000 U.S. adults about alcohol use, drug use, and related psychiatric conditions. Notably, the current study applies diagnostic criteria to marijuana use disorder, from Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM-5. The DSM-5 marijuana dependence and abuse are combined into a single disorder. To be diagnosed with the disorder, individuals must meet at least 2 of the 11 symptoms that assess craving, withdrawal, lack of control, and negative effects on person and professional responsibilities. Severity of the disorder is rated as mild, moderate, or severe depending on the number of symptoms met. I think another severity of the disorder would be called imaginary. Veterans Affairs. Canada's Minister of Veterans Affairs has launched an internal investigation into a rising number of medical cannabis prescription reimbursements. Canada's program to repay veterans for their cannabis has been growing in popularity as the medicine becomes more commonplace in Canada. CBC reported that 1,320 veterans were reimbursed for their medicinal cannabis in the first 9 months of the 2015-2016 fiscal year. That's up from 628 last year and 112 the year before that. The fact that the former government let this program evolve from 2007 onward without a policy, an informed policy based on the wellness of veterans and their families, frankly shocks me, Harris said. The Conservatives, of course, didn't miss the chance to attack the governing Liberals over the program the Conservatives themselves created. It's very worrying, Conservative defense critic Pierre-Paul Huss said. What we're doing is we're taking our veterans and we're saying we're going to give you a joint of cannabis and that's going to help your problems. I don't think that's the solution. But the 100 of veterans who use cannabis as medicine think that is the solution. I need it for my PTSD and I don't sleep. For my anxiety, for depression, Sylvain Chartrand, director of the Group of Canadians Veterans Advocacy, told CBC about his own medicinal cannabis use. Chartrand, who served in Cyprus in 1990 and Bosnia in 1993, seems to have solved the mystery of the government about why the government is so confused about it. Yes, there's an influx, but most people were using it before and just not getting it paid for.
She's getting pressure from peers.
This has been Chris Backer, and that was
But here's the fun thing. we're back, and we're in here. Okay, we're back. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, here's the fun thing. We're talking about doctors, and I've got a chiropodist appointment, and for my feet. And we were talking about, while she was doing my feet last time I was there, we were talking about cannabis. And she told me that she didn't think that she would ever prescribe it. And I asked her why. She said she just didn't. She didn't really give me a reason, which is her choice. But I will tell you this, and that's what Chris and I were talking about, if you caught any of it. I will tell you this, Chris. I do know for a fact that the place I go to, 2 of the doctors are on board as far as cannabis goes. One of them is mine. Won't say where I go, obviously, because I don't want to do that to them. Okay? The rush.
But the fact that they don't want to say anything, they don't want to say why. It's like doctors that say I'm not allowed to sign. We know that it's a lie.
Yes, but this is just one doctor in a clinic, and
absolutely.
where I know that 2 other doctors there are okay and on board with it. Now, so when I go in to see a doctor now, I know enough information to say, okay, this is what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Do you want some pain relief? Sure. How do you feel about cannabis? Oh, blah, 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 blah. The excuses start usually. But right now I have a new doctor that we're talking, open conversation about cannabis. She knows where I'm going. She knows I have refused opiates. I do take a THC synthetic called Sesame, or the clinical name Nabalone, which is used to control spasms and pain in MS, I believe, isn't it?
And other stuff, but I've heard of it being used for that mainly. Yeah,
but it's also being used it's a synthetic THC. It's also being used to help, chill somebody out who's got some anxiety going on or things like that. It works for me when I don't have my cannabis, and that's really all that matters, right? I wish I didn't have to take it, but I do.
And if you had free access to cannabis, you probably wouldn't need it, right?
That's right. Yeah. So, anyways, back to the chiropodist. She just didn't give me an excuse or anything. She just chose not to, say that what she said. But anyways, we are sitting here now, Laurie McEachern from the MCPAC, who is also one of our new lobbyists on the Hill in Ottawa. We were just chatting with Dr. David Allen, a California doctor who is pushing the limits, I would say, eh? Is that about a good...
They're making him out to be pushing the limits. He's embarking on what's an amazing science, and he's doing some incredible research, and he's taking the brunt of the heat from the feds for it, I guess.
And
it's a real shame.
It is a shame, and up here in Canada we have a similar doctor situation where too many at once, blah 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 blah, whatever the reasons are. I won't even go into it because I don't really know. Wasn't there. Although I was inadvertently involved in it, I guess. And that's Dr. Kammerman's, and he's still going through court actions and tribunals, I believe. And
that'll go on for years, and it's crazy to drag these people who are only helping patients through the mud for years and years and years.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
lives.
I've met the man. I've met him a couple of times, and he's a very nice man, and he's very compassionate, and he's all he was trying to do is help some people, and I think that it just got out of hand on many different levels.
I have to say, my biggest problem is the reason why doctors like that had to take on so many patients. It's because the vast majority of physicians out there, if they ever did have to take the Hippocratic Oath, have forgotten about it.
Yeah.
I would suggest they reread it learn it, and live it.
Well, you know
Thank
what?
you.
I think what happened, and this is my own personal opinion, okay? I think that what I saw happen was a doctor who was doing good, and because he was only one of X amount of doctors in, 2 or 3 different provinces that was actually willing to sign the forms for the old system, the MMAR, where you had to have your doctor sign it and then mail in all the forms, and you got to either buy from Health Canada directly, or you could maintain your grow or get wherever you had to get, kind of thing. And unfortunately, it all came to a standstill when I think they just went overboard, and somebody didn't like what the amounts that he gave
overboard
them,
by how many licenses he signed.
Yeah.
Well, and like I said, I mean, here in Nova Scotia, you've got Dr. Gillis and Dr. Holland that face the same kind of scrutiny from the board because they're a couple of the few doctors that are willing to sign. All the other doctors know, and they just send everybody to them.
Yep.
So these guys sign all the doctors, and then the College of Physicians goes, "You guys are writing too many too many prescriptions for cannabis."
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you're sitting there, you're seeing your patients as you would normally, and then you get an overabundance of cannabis-related patients, and even though they've authorized it through the courts, it has to be, they still take it out. Like, they are taking this out on the doctors. There are some doctors out there now in the new system, the MMPR, okay, where we have LCPs, licensed cannabis producers and growers and sellers in Canada now. There's 20-something.
26, 29, something like that.
27. Last time I think it was 27 that I heard.
Was it?
Yeah. I hear you guys talking about it, and it kind of sticks, right?
Yeah.
I haven't looked in a while. But we have 27 sources to get high-grade cannabis from, medically.
Yeah.
And some of the sources are bang on, we're finding. Some of the sources are using the system to make money from people who need this medicine. And when I say need, I mean need as much as an aspirin to get rid of a headache or worse. Okay? It becomes a daily requirement after a while, right?
Oh, absolutely. And these doctors are getting scrutinized. When I've always said, and somebody else said it once before, and I like the idea that if nobody had ever heard of cannabis before, and a scientist come out of the jungle carrying this plant and everything that it does, he'd get the Nobel Prize for it.
Yeah.
Okay? You walk out of the woods with it now, you get a set of handcuffs.
Yeah.
But it's ridiculous. If it doesn't have the bad connotation, they'd be all over it.
That's it too. And can I just let's play devil's advocate here? I'm going to whip something out in public. I haven't actually. I don't think.
Lori's going to whip somebody. Hold on.
I'm going to whip it out. Whip it out.
Whip it out, Lori. Hold on. Just one
as
sec.
As far as Dr. Cameron's goes, was there ever any problem with him before he was outed on national television on Global 16:9?
I don't know. I
think he was definitely under surveillance, at least. I think they were aware. Health Canada was aware. I believe there was an RCMP investigation that went on for quite some time.
Look,
Health Canada would be aware because, they knew every doctor that was signing forms. This is okay. So my biggest problem with this is the ethics of telling your patient that if it works for you, go use it illegally under my direction, rather than sign a piece of paper that allows them to do it within the law.
Absolutely. I mean, I've told patients, they go, my doctor won't sign. Just go, tell your doctor to sign just so you don't go to jail.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you agree with it as medicine. How about just so I don't go to jail?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if the doctor's saying if it works for you, go use it.
You know what? Let me tell you a story. And you guys have heard this story before, but maybe new listeners haven't. I walked into my old doctor's office where I was going back to the same doctor after several years, but I have been seeing the same doctor for 20 some odd years, so he knows me. And the first thing out of my mouth was, how do you feel about cannabis? Now, with ADHD, diabetes, and chronic, lots of things, okay, he knows it helps. But he told me, I don't know anything about doses, as he was reaching for a form to send me down to CALM in the city in Toronto. This was many years ago when there was one, maybe with three, maybe 4 dispensaries, most of them private. Nobody knew where they are. I just saw an article in Toronto listing 5 dispensaries in Toronto and their addresses. They're opening up their doors to people actually walking in. And
last count I heard, Al, there's something in the neighborhood of 40 in Toronto now.
There's like 20 some odd just in Kensington. Or
Talking
something
about
like
whipping
that.
it out.
Yeah. But anyways, we were talking about Dr. K. I mean, whatever happened there, we're not judging. It's a sad story, obviously. I mean, I've met his wife and him. I went to the clinic very early. I had an appointment. I went through the process. We spoke, myself and another patient, friend of mine and friend of the station, Kelly. We paid the fee, which was $100 there. And when we left, there was a line up out the door. Okay. They have a bed and breakfast there and everything. So, I mean, they were not taking advantage of the patient per se, but taking advantage of the money opportunity, I think, a little bit as well. But I hope that they get through this unscathed. I really do. I like him. He's a nice man, and his wife is as well.
He was trying to do business and improve his life. I mean, Look,
doctors don't get into the business of medicine for not making money. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Not now.
So
that's
now,
what he's doing, so.
I want to switch subjects because we're going quick tonight, it seems, actually. Good shows always go too fast for me. I want to talk. Ross is sitting there quietly. Just sitting quietly.
I'm taking it all in.
I want to talk with Chris about a subject that we have never talked about. I've never even had a personal conversation with him about this. Just out of respect, I know about it. It's something that got around the community pretty quickly, I think, eh?
Yeah, there was all kinds of comments, yeah.
Yeah, but flat out, what happened was Chris was making his own medicine, which he now does time and time again, right? I think you've got it perfected now, eh?
Oh, I had it perfected before. I used a rice cooker once and everything went to hell. So.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that. Why don't you tell the story, and then we'll go through it. We'll pick it apart, so to speak.
I have Crohn's disease, and I've had it since I was about 16. And long story short, I got to watch the Run from the Cure video and the Rick Simpson, and learned about making the oil and thought it would help. So I gave that a crack. And for a lot of years, I was making my own oil and didn't have to take the 15 or 17 different kinds of pills that I used to take every single day, and things were going pretty good. And then, somebody gifted me a brand new rice cooker, and I've always used crock pots and slow cookers. And the rice cookers, I guess, when they are near finished, they switch from high to low on their own, and there's a little spark in the switch.
Or they shut off auto. The ones that I've seen,
when
they
do
auto
that,
shut
that
off.
automatic is that there's a spark right in the switch, and that causes the fire. So
oh boy!
I came downstairs, and I've got 20-foot flames in a room with a 9-foot ceiling. So. I tried to get the crock pot out of the house, the flaming crock pot with the 20-foot flames. I tried to pick that up and get that out of the house. And then things went to shit from there. So once your arms are on fire, you can't get them away from you very fast. So I ran outside, rolled around. And they tell you the whole you learn in school, stop, drop, and roll. You see kids rolling back and forth. Well, I just want to say that's the wrong thing to teach people, because when you roll back and forth, what happens is you put yourself out, and then you set yourself back on fire, and then you put yourself out, and then you set yourself back on fire. So I think they need to teach people to stop, drop, and roll in one direction as opposed to back and forth. But I think the back and forth is because you're on the floor in school and you don't have the room just to kind of...
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
But yeah, it was horrible. I was back on fire probably 4 or 5 times before you think clearly enough to just kind of
stop.
Yeah, so finally got myself out, and I knew that I still had a bunch of alcohol in the house with that was next to not far from the oil tank, which is also in the house. So I went back in. I got those out of the house because I couldn't imagine having the house blow up with a firefighter dying. I mean, I knew I was pretty fucked, so I didn't think I wouldn't be able to live with myself if a firefighter died because of that. So I got that out, and then I had to get the dogs out of the house. And by the time the ambulance showed up, I was kind of sitting on the front step with no clothes left on, and my just pieces of skin everywhere. It was terrible.
How much of your body was burnt?
I was burned 85%, pretty much. Yeah, from the neck down. I'm pretty scarred.
Third
My
degree?
face was burnt, but I healed really well on the face. I was pretty lucky.
Third degree?
Oh, yeah. Third degree, fourth degree in places. I mean, it was... I'm just absolutely... I mean, I spent, three days in a coma, 7 months at the burn ward in the hospital, then another month in rehab. No, it was probably the worst thing that I've ever been through. I mean... it sounds weird to say this, but it doesn't hurt at the time. It's just, you the screaming that happens, or the yelling, or the panic,
fear.
is because you know how bad it is.
Yeah, and you're scared.
Yeah, you know what every second things you can see the things going away, right?
Yeah,
the things that you're not going to have anymore.
Yeah.
That all happens.
It's like
so
that.
I mean, that happened. I had a stroke at the same time, so I'm blind in my left eye. That was a bonus out of that.
Yeah.
But I really think with all the cannabis that I had, that I'd been eating the whole time, that the stroke really wasn't as bad as it could have been. Because I mean, I'm blind because the blood pressure didn't go to my eye, the nerve to my optic nerve, so the nerve died. So it wasn't so much a brain injury from the stroke as it was just the blood clot letting loose kind of thing from the stress.
And recouping, you were obviously on pharmaceuticals at one time.
I was, but I'd been on cannabis exclusively for a long time, and then when I first woke up, they were only giving me pharmaceuticals, of course.
How long did you have to wait before you got cannabis into you, and did you have to tell them, or have somebody tell them?
I had to scream and yell and shout every single day. Every time that they came in, I said I wanted cannabis. They had to talk to the lawyers.
How long did they make you wait before you got it?
It took me a month before I got my first cannabis.
Jesus, dude.
And I'll tell you what, I mean, while I was in there with the different drugs that they had me on, I had some of the most horrific hallucinations you could possibly imagine. And the day that I got my cannabis was the last nightmare that I had. Okay, I'm talking.
That's awesome.
Dreams that you just they're so real and they're so horrific. I can't even describe them. They would just curdle your blood, and they just the first puff, and I never had another nightmare. So all went away.
That's one thing I've noticed. I don't ever since I started using medicinally, like to that extent, I guess medicinally, when I say medicinally, it means that much cannabis.
Yeah.
I don't have the horrible nightmares I used to anymore either.
Yeah, I barely remember things. I know that I have them, but I don't really remember. I just wake up. If I had a bad one, I was tossing and turning. That's it.
Yeah, me too.
I started using the cannabis. They cut down most of my meds. They really had a hard time letting me put anything on me topically because, everything's open and they see black gooey stuff and they all lose their shit, right? They go, you can't smear that on you. And but whenever I could, I did. Now, the crazy part was, in order to have cannabis in the hospital, I had to have it in a lockbox, okay? And the lockbox had to have a key. And while I was all bandaged up, I couldn't get out of bed. And I couldn't go over to get the lockbox. Nurses aren't allowed to bring the lockbox to me Okay, so even if I need my medicine, I had to get somebody else to come that wasn't part of the hospital staff to go get.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can have the lockbox in my bed with me. They wouldn't let. So it was pretty ridiculous.
And how long were you in the hospital?
7 months in the burn ward, and then another couple of weeks out on the main floor before they moved me over to rehab.
How were they allowing you to medicate when you were in the hospital?
Well, I was allowed having gummies and candies and cookies in the beginning. Of course, you couldn't tell them that you were using oil to make the stuff. They just didn't want the cannabis is cooked right in there.
They allowed you to use it, but they didn't want to know anything about it.
Exactly. And as soon as I could get up and move, then that's when the drama started, because then I started coming back to my room smelling and
going outside for a doobie and
exactly. Yeah. That's when the cops get involved, and there's always something to make it interesting. The whispers and the talking and everybody having opinions about it. But
did nobody approach the subject of allowing you to vape in your room?
No, that didn't even happen. That
was just 5 years ago, right?
I've had a G pen since, and I've been able to vape in hospital discreetly without issue numerous occasions.
Yeah.
So
yes,
but it's tiring having to hide it all the time. It would be much nicer just to be able to do it openly and take care of ourselves as adults.
And after having gone through all of that, on top of the Crohn's, which I'm sure got worse, right?
Well, yeah. Not long after I was out, I had to go in for another surgery because everything went bad with my Crohn's there from the stress of the fire and everything. So,
see, and Chris spends his day going out every day, pretty much, to court to support pretty much anybody who has been picked up by the cops or charged or whatever with pertaining to cannabis charges, basically, right?
Absolutely. I was talking to Daryl Sampson, who's our local MLA here, just yesterday. I got a good hour with him, and I was talking to him about them stopping and arresting patients. And I said, I mean, you guys won the election. The country was shown in red on TV because of the green. So let's get off the pot and let's do something. And he said, well, it doesn't take time for Justin to tell the police that when they come to the door and the guy that answers the door has got a walker and an oxygen mask, you turn on your fucking heel and you get off his property.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what I said to him. It's that simple. Yeah. He goes, well, 2 weeks ago we met with Bill Blair. I said, don't even mention his names. And he's just a rotten cop that got off on arresting us for the last 20 years. And now you made him the head of the program. That's the dumbest thing you could have done.
I have to say, let's be. I'm throwing caution to the wind recently, and short of coming out and starting to name names, I'm starting to just talk truth louder than ever before. And this is it. Mr. Blair says the law is the law. There never has been a gray area except for the choice of the cops not to enforce the law. Right?
They say it's not up to them, but it's totally their discretion. They get to the door and they get to evaluate the situation. If they're not intelligent enough to do that, go serve fucking French fries.
Discretionary enforcement. That's the words I'm using from now on. Discretionary enforcement.
You know
it's
what?
It's just common sense. When you get to the door, it's very simple.
That's right. The cop has the call when he comes to the door, not his supervisor that's sitting on the other end of the radio. It's the guy standing in front of your door. And if he knocks on your door and gets an instant whiff of cannabis, I'll give you an example, guys. I was sitting out front. I live in a building, okay, in a very small town, and I was sitting out front. We have a picnic bench, and I was sitting out there smoking a doobie with one of my neighbors. And all of a sudden, a cop rolled up. And I said, hey, what's going on? Looking for somebody? Yeah, we got a complaint about two guys sitting on a bench. Okay.
You went that way.
Yeah. So I said, well, just my neighbor is smoking a cigarette because we don't smoke in the building, and I'm sitting here talking to him. Okay. We had already done the doobie, obviously. And he said, "What's your name?" I said, "Oh, man, I don't need to go through that shit. You're at my house." Instantly, into park, car off, out of door, fixing belt, pulling pants up, going into tough guy mode. I sat down on the picnic bench because that's what I do when somebody approaches me who I don't want to intimidate. I'm a very big boy, as Laurie knows. Okay. And I don't want to intimidate somebody. So generally in that situation, I will sit down. Okay. And I said to him, "Hey now, guy, chill out. I'm just sitting here talking to my neighbor, having a smoke. You don't really need my name, but okay, here you go." Then the questions start rolling. "Why are you out here?" Again, having a smoke. All of a sudden, 2 more cars pull up. We're just sitting here having a fucking smoke, man. In my fucking yard that I pay rent to use at 11:30 in the evening.
Good Lord, better things to do, better things to do, better things to do.
Yeah. 3 cops.
Wow.
Yeah, well, that's usually where they are. Now, on that note, Chris, we've known each other for a while, and I've not heard your full story before. I applaud what you do, man. Especially having to go through that, Chris, because there are people out there that talk a good argument. There are people out there that say, "Oh yeah, oh shay, oh yeah, oh I'll be there, sure," and you're there.
Okay. And I appreciate it, and I wish more would join me because it is pretty sad. I mean, I sit in the courtroom with people that their families don't show up. Their friends don't come, okay?
They get abandoned.
I don't know if they're embarrassed or they think the person deserves it or whatever the case. It doesn't even matter if these people are sick, have mental illnesses or physical. It doesn't matter. Nobody else gets involved. Every once in a while, but most times these people are on their own, and they have somebody's face that's sitting out there in the pews, that's on your side that believes that you did it for a reason. You weren't wrong.
Yeah.
I think that's worth more than more than can be measured.
It's in 2016 in Canada-wide, okay, the buzz is legalization, period. I mean, that's the number one news subject in Canada today. What is Justin Trudeau going to do? I don't want to even get into the political argument, but it's very evident that cannabis played a role of keeping people, plays a role in keeping people like Chris and Laurie, myself, alive and going. It's
and
not
Ross.
And what?
Ross is still here too.
Oh yes, and Ross too. Sorry, buddy. He's
Yes, I'm still here, and yes, I'm still a medicinal user.
Yes.
And,
well, we all are, and that's where I was going.
So it's so sad. It's just so sad that things have been the way they are. Recreational legalization is definitely coming, but we've got the Allard decision that's been handed down, and now they have 6 months basically to come up with a medicinal program. So, I think that's going to be a big driver in the overall legalization.
I think that's going to happen all at the same time. To be honest with you, just from that's just my own from watching and reading and shit.
But they're not. They're not worried about the medicinal user at all. This legalization is geared towards recreational, and they figure once it's legal for recreational, we'll be able to get what we want. So who gives a shit? So
but
they
that's
figure
not
that'll
the
just
case.
happen on its own.
That's
We're being left to hang out to dry.
We all, the four of us sitting here talking, and usually Marcel, and then we have Electro Pig, Melvin, joining us now and then as well, and Ross. Can't forget Ross again.
You need to make more noise, brother.
We are sitting here on a Friday night talking about people who are sick and dying and stuff like that. Talking with a doctor in the United States who, in California, the state that's kind of like there's offices along the frickin' beach where you can go in and see a doctor and walk out with a baggie.
Yeah.
In a day, instantly. You know, go for your appointment, come out. I think one of the things, like, and anyways, David is fighting his battle down there. We're fighting our battle up here, but it's very similar. Okay,
but we need to do it together. That's the whole thing. Okay,
that's what I was getting.
All of us together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. That's good. That's what, that's what wins the war. I mean, you can't have a couple people fight one battle. It's got to be all of us, and it's otherwise we're not going to win. I mean, it seems like we've been close before, though. Okay.
Yeah, we've been close. Like everybody thought that California was going to be the first thing. California, it's a easy peasy. They're down there growing legally anyways. They're doing their thing in Humboldt or wherever. Okay, it was going to happen. It's a for sure. Now they're probably going to be the last one, or one of the last ones.
That's
okay. They've got a ballot initiative on the next
another one. This is like the third time they've tried.
I think that the polls are indicating, though, that it's got a pretty good chance this time. That's what I've read anyway.
Yeah.
But polls.
Yeah, for here in Canada, I have to say that I probably sound like Marcel. Canada legalized cannabis in 2001, strictly regulated for medical purposes. When they switched to the MMPR, they said it was a free market. It is not. All they're asking for is what they promised with the MMPR, right? Because it has been legal since 2001. Hate to tell you this. I actually know, I've met a fellow who has had a Section 56 since 1990, so for 25 years it has been possible to legally use cannabis in Canada and produce it by yourself.
Yes.
And yeah, I guess a lot of people, like, that's 25 years of experience with someone who is medicating for MS and successfully producing their own medicine.
Let's do some math here, and then we're going to take another quick break because I want to give Ross a little bit of time to do what he wants to talk about. And but I wanted to. Now I can't remember what I was going to ask. Of course, me and my ADHD-ness. So let's just let's just go and listen to a song. How about we do that? Maybe
sure.
I'll remember.
Sing us a song, Al.
La la la. I don't even have one loaded. Yes, I do. We got some Steve Burke. Should Be Legalized, which is a parody of, I believe, the Rihanna and Eminem song.
I love this song.
And I can't remember the name of the song. We're also going to... I can't remember the name of the original. It's Eminem and Rihanna, though.
He's got a bunch of good ones. I love his
I like his music, too. Awesome. I also like Tech Nine. We're going to listen to the Task Force PSA, which has been playing on the station for about a week now. And then when we come back, I want to talk with Ross and Lori because they're on the task force. And then we're going to let Ross, I don't know, he'll have a tip or something. You have some tips over there? Do you sell tips?
I have many tips, yes.
We'll be right back. Don't push that button first. All right, push that button first.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The National Task Force on Medicinal Cannabis is a group of not-for-profit organizations dedicated to influencing government policy with factual evidence. Our mission is to ensure that a constitutional medical program is developed that will address the concerns of all Canadians that require therapeutic cannabis. The task force is looking for dedicated people who are willing to contribute to our cause. We have formed this task force to foster a unified approach and focus on lobbying the federal government and Health Canada. We represent the combined expertise of thousands of patients with more than a decade of experience. As a task force participant, you, your business, or your group will have an opportunity to show that you care and offer your unique skills to promote the cause. If you would like to get involved, go to medcanataskforce.org. That's medcanataskforce.org and use the Contact Us link to get started. Help us help you.
Just gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is, I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break from real life. My dreams didn't work out, I'm stuck here in the rat race. Going to work from 9 to 6 shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place, the United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names, I point my finger at them, I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and Star, all those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's cause most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't wanna be right. So puff up, pass and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you place. Sour diesel, purple kush, blueberry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. It should be legalized. Yeah.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hating. No one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate, no need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your heads. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dreads. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a toe. Just gonna stand here and watch you float through the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. It should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest role models. If I'm gonna do a song on weed, I'll do it full throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song, but instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So there's the media queen, Perez Hilton. We all know you smoke joints, I don't judge you for that, you get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not nearly done yet, I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? The facts aren't conspicuous, my research is meticulous. They've all smoked and are supporters of weed. The list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps' lung capacity. Sacha Baron Cohen and Justin Timberlake, what they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send this to my congressman tonight. Weed is American as apple pie, and now it's time for us to make it legalized. Make it legalized. Make it legalized.
I'm ready. It's the 420. I always do that at least once a show. It's the 420 radio show.
You do.
We're live on Lifestyle,
Sunday.
and it's usually it's like this. It's like Sunday. I love that. Sorry, people. I do it at least because by the half hour before we're done, mark 1:45, things are starting to slow down. We're chilling.
Red Bulls wear off, huh?
Yeah, the Red Bulls rode off. So Ross.
Yes.
We're right at the beginning of the time of the year. It's that time of the year.
Yes, we are. Time to start looking at what strain you're going to pick, right?
Yeah. What kinds of is that one of the main questions that you're getting when somebody comes in?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially since we started selling seeds, which has been a recent development, and one that we're happily doing. Business is booming. I'm learning a lot about strains. I've always been a bit of a strain buff, but I'm becoming a bit of a strain expert now with all the seeds that we've been carrying. Everybody's starting. We're starting to sell starter flats out the door by the case. We're selling cases of Jiffy 7 peat pucks. These are all propagating starter mediums that we sell. And people are saying, what strain should I be using outdoor? Should I be using an indica? Should I be using a sativa? What about these autoflowers? And they're all good questions, and with the number of strains coming out now and all the hybridization that's taking place, it's leaving us with so many choices. Yeah. There are people who are looking at autoflowers and saying, hey, I can take a feminized autoflowering seed. I can start it in June, and I'm going to harvest it in the end of August. And that's just an incredible thing. They've taken the ruderalis variety from the northern Asia, crossed it in with the indica strains from India and the Kush mountain range, and then maybe thrown in a little bit of sativa from Africa or from Thailand or something like that, and they're coming up with all these early flowering or auto flowering strains that are basically 8 to 10 weeks start to finish.
Can you enlighten me on something? Can you enlighten me on exactly what an autoflower seed is? I mean, am I going to put it into the ground or germinate, whichever way you do it, have it pop out of the soil and instantly go poof?
Yeah, it's going to get to probably its third or fourth set of leaves, and you're going to start seeing the hairs coming out. And it doesn't matter if it's 18 hours a day of light or if it's 10 hours a day of light. They do it. They just do it automatically because they've got those genetics from the northern Asian region, mostly Russia, where they have such a short growing season that the plant has actually adapted genetically to that climate, and they basically flower right away because they don't have time to wait around for the photoperiod to change like they have in the lower regions in Kush mountains in Afghanistan, in the Middle East, and or in the tropical regions. Well, for example, the tropical regions, if you take something that's like a Thai strain, and if it's a pure Thai strain, and you take that and try to grow that outdoors, now you're on the opposite end of the scale. You're not going to get that thing to flower. It's going to be the end of October. You're going to be shivering, standing there looking at a plant that's still in full vegetative cycle. And I've done that. I've done that with, I put some Colombian gold seeds out one time here in Ontario, and that's exactly what I was doing, end of October with snow flurries coming down, crying because there were no hairs on my plant.
Yeah. Wow.
So, yeah, in the tropics, though, they get such a reduced amount of change in the photoperiod. It'll go from an 11-hour day to a 13-hour day, and that's pretty much the whole thing, because the sun is so edge on at the equator, you don't get that big change. So it becomes a time factor with the more sativa, the more tropical strains, where they basically take 9 months, from start till finish, and that's just the way they grow, because that's the environment they came out in, as opposed to your Kush strains, which are probably the most photoperiod sensitive plants, because that's where you have a bigger swing in the photoperiod, and they are generally a photoperiod triggered plant, and that's why they adapted to not needing one in the north to not needing one in the south, and in between, where you get that big swing, you know, that's where they really develop that propensity to flower when you got to 13 or 14 hour days. So, you know, it's important to make sure that you don't get one that's too pure sativa, too tropical if you're growing in a colder climate like we have. On the other hand, the autoflowers do tend to be, because they are fast and they are automatic, there's nothing you can do to stop them, and they're going to go and grow, but they won't get very big, so you're not looking at a big harvest from those. So I get people coming in and they want to get, you know, a large number of seeds, germinate them, get them in, get them out, get them gone, all done, you know, and that's that. And, you know, that's one way of doing it. That's for sure. But there's something else to be said for.
So when the seed pops up, what can you like? Okay, let's do an example. Say somebody has some Northern Lights autoflower or some white rhino. Okay.
Okay.
You crack them. Do however you do it. Get them in your trays, and or pots, whatever you're doing, and you turn your light on. From the time that process starts, how long are you looking at if somebody's got, say, like, you know, a little greenhouse, desktop greenhouse or something like that? How long are you looking before?
Yeah, you're probably looking at, like, right from seed germination to harvest, I would say in the neighborhood of 10 weeks.
Okay. So what I'm getting at, actually, though, when you start them, okay, however people start them these days, when they come up, go 1, 2, 3 tiers, and then just before they start budding or starting the hairs, as you called it, what's the length of time from seedling to that point? Usually, it depends on the strain.
You know, it's probably going to be three weeks.
Okay, so you got maybe a month. Maybe a month.
Maybe a month tops. Like by the time 4 weeks have gone by after germination, you're probably starting to see the hairs. And
now, does it depend?
Within 6.
Does the timing depend on? Does the timing depend on whether or not it's an indica or a sativa?
No, because they've got that strong element of the ruderalis strain in there. They've got that autoflowering gene that just makes them go by the short growing season that they've become accustomed to. They just automatically just flower, and there's nothing you can do to stop them.
I'm sorry. I ours were more of a sativa dominant. They actually had a longer cycle than the indica dominant ones. Is that not accurate?
No, you know, ruderalis is really the third less known variety of cannabis. You know, you got
I'm familiar with ruderalis and cross, and the low rider I think was the first one I was familiar with. That right? Yeah.
But with the hybridization that they're doing now, Lori, they're getting a lot of sativa mixed in with there. So
I'm going to interject here. I know what Seed Owl's talking about, and that is an autoflower from like about 10 years ago. So I don't know how stable they were back then, or if they were as short a cycle. You know what I mean? But just wanted to interject that it's not a new autoflower seed that he has
No, but
he's talking about.
I'm just wondering if so how old the seed is does matter. Like that's what I'm getting. I'm trying to
They work
get
really
to
good though.
What kind of a time frame somebody is looking at if they're just starting them to put out in their garden out back or wherever they have it.
Yeah.
And
you get them in the beginning of June, Al, and you are out and in the bag by the end of August
with an autoflower.
That's with an autoflower.
Okay.
Whereas others, for at least in the area that I'm in southern Ontario, May 24 weekend is
the
usually
weekend.
That's your planting time. And for me, when I lived down in Prince Edward County, I was harvesting in mid-October. And I would do it in a step where you would take the main top buds first, and then wait a couple of weeks and take some more. And quite often I'd make it till like November 1st, and that when I would take my last final harvest. But I was kind of lucky because we were basically on an island out in the lake and had a very moderate climate. I was in the middle of the wine growing country, kind of like the Napa Valley of Ontario, I guess you might say. And
that was the photosynthesis seed that went that long.
Yes, it was, and those were the normal, ordinary cannabis sativa crossbreeds that.
What really sucks, though? What really sucks, though, is the fact that for some things pertaining to cannabis, because it's still an legal thing, if you get what I mean. It sucks that we still have to talk in code about some things. I don't want to implicate anybody. I don't want to implicate myself, but I want to ask these questions. That's why I have these people that I work with every week, and why I have guests on that can answer these questions. So from a patient that is completely legal, to have to still step around a subject, even though I should be able to ask these questions. And unfortunately, those subjects usually revolve around the growing thing, unfortunately. And it sucks that people are scared to and when a couple of weeks ago, this gives me a little time to plug, on the Pace Radio Show, Wednesdays at 8 o'clock here on Lifestyle Radio.
I know what you're going to talk about.
Al had Dale and Leach on the show. And you want to tell people about what he's doing?
You said Dana, and he's sending out seeds to anybody that wants to plant them?
That's right. He's doing a thing. There's been several people along in the past few years that have done this overgrow thing.
I did it on the news, guys.
What's that?
I talked about it on the news.
Did you?
Right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's okay.
No, just so you know.
Yeah. But there's lots of different overgrows. Like Electro Pig, he was doing Overgrow the World. Okay.
Yeah.
There's lots of different overgrow campaign. I have a web page that I've been doing for many years now called the 420 Seed Drop, where I encourage people to walk around and drop seeds everywhere. That's
That's awesome.
That's just it. Which is similar to the same thing.
Bring them back as a land race. Then what are they going to do?
Exactly. If everybody's doing it.
Believe it or not, there are landrace strains here now that are leftovers from back when they used to grow hemp. Recently as the Second World War, there are landrace strains, more the hemp varieties, but there are large fields of wild cannabis growing all throughout southern Ontario.
Wow.
Yeah, Elizabethtown has a couple we used to go and find when we were, driving the back roads drunk when I was a teenager.
Maybe we passed you on that road there, Lori.
Maybe.
Hey, there, I know you. I'll meet you in a few years.
That was all the whistling that we heard there, right?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it. So we're going to go a little bit long because there is a task force going on with several groups of people. There have been many of these things that have tried to happen, but because of the types of people that involved, I got good hopes. I want Ross and Lori, who are very involved in this, to talk about it, and I'm going to look in the chat room about an autoflower question.
Take it away, Ross.
Take it away, Ross.
Okay. The National Task Force on Medicinal Cannabis. What can I say? It's not like your regular organizations. There's no particular structure. There's no directors. There's no boss. There's no workers. There are just a group of organizations who already have that structure and that have come together and put together all of our best ideas into one package, and that package is being offered as the task force. Now, we are currently in a membership drive. We're currently in a fundraising mode, and this is all to get the same goal that all of us want. We all want to make sure that, number one, we get the kind of medicinal access that we all need and deserve, and that this new program that they're going to come up with is going to meet those needs. And number two, that when we get to the actual legalization of recreational, that the medicinal part of it is not steamrollered by the regulation of recreational. I think, and I hope, and if I can bring my crystal ball out here for a minute, I'm thinking that we're going to be going off into
I
two
have to
different
find
streams.
the crystal ball sound effect. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Okay. But we're going to go off into two different, I think, directions, and there's going to be parallel programs. And this is my crystal ball speaking here. I think we're going to have the recreational, and I think we're going to have a medicinal stream.
You think
too.
that we're going to have two programs? You think we're going to have two
Pardon me?
programs?
Yeah, and I think that there's going to be a more of a hands-on approach, I hope, taken with the medicinal side of it, where we can produce our own cannabis, we can grow it for ourselves, we can make our own extracts, we can turn it into edibles, we can turn it into tinctures, we can turn it into any form that we feel is best to suit our medical need. Whereas, in the recreational, it's all about, hey, let's go party. And there's nothing wrong with that, and that's fine. Yeah. But they really are two different things that I think need to be treated differently. Yeah. And it doesn't mean that there can't be some sort of medicinal access in the recreational market. And I think some of the things that we might fight for in the recreational market would be maybe tax-free status for a medicinal user, or just being able to get
some kind of
coverage.
A bridge. There's got to be some kind of a difference between Joe Schmo walking into a store and picking up an ounce of this or a quarter of that, and John Smith walking into a medical dispensary or store or whatever and having somebody there to ask the questions. I think that that's important. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, but still, when I go into a dispensary, it is an unfamiliar territory for me. I've only been to one. I'm just learning about strains, and I like walking into a store atmosphere where people are happy to see me, even if they don't know me, and they're willing to sit there and let me talk to them about this strain or that strain, because I'm there spending my disability check, my food money at this point, because disability doesn't cover shit. And so I want to make sure, if I'm going to take the 3-hour drive that I have to do to go to a dispensary, I want to make sure I'm getting the right strains, because otherwise I might as well just go to Joe Schmo down the road.
And you want to get the right information. You want to know that the person that you're getting it from knows what it is that they're giving you. And you know what you're getting. Yeah.
Yeah.
But to get back go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just something just occurred to me, Chris. In your news, did you mention about the volcano and ODSP here in Ontario?
Nope.
Okay, really quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
Really
and then
quickly,
I got a question from somebody in the chat room for Ross.
Okay, really quickly. Just recently in Ontario, in this past week, there has been a win in a human rights tribunal for a patient who got a doctor to prescribe them a volcano for delivery of cannabinoids. Unbeknownst to most of the country, Storrs and Bickel got a actual license from Health Canada for a medically assistive device for the delivery of cannabinoids in 2010. So, that has been approved through ODSP for this MCPAC member in Toronto.
And how much will
and it's,
they cover?
I believe they're covering a maximum to $700.
Wow, I'm going to talk to my worker tomorrow.
Because it's a digital medic device that is actually on I'm sorry, one of the licensed producers is actually authorized dealer through Health Canada.
It used to be the one that used to be Prairie Plant Systems.
Now, I believe that there is a little bit of a glitch in this. This only applies to if you're using licensed producers to get your medicine, though, doesn't it? Or does it not matter?
No. The lady who won this actually has a designated grower still from her MMAR system, covered by the injunction.
All righty. That's perfect then. So there's going to be a lot of happy people because at least if I could get my device covered, that's expensive. I have a vaporizer here, but a Volcano vaporizer, I mean, you got a nice little baggie of the thing. You sit there, you do your medicine, and you can take it with you, so to speak.
Yeah, it's the Volcano Digital Medi device that is a digital bag. So it's a closed system. And the reason that she won specifically that device is because it is the only one that is licensed as a medical delivery device, has been since 2010. There is an authorized dealer to obtain it. We used the quote from that. I think it was $670 some was the price that was listed on their website that was used.
Yeah.
And it's a closed device, so it's a moist vapor.
Yes.
Not like a direct draw kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
So there were a number of reasons why that particular device was actually approved in the long run. So.
Well,
woo! Thank you, Marie.
Yes. Thank you, Marie. I have a question from a guy named Dan in the chat room. Is there an issue starting autoflowers and then transferring them to either another pot or outside?
No. They would be just like any other plant that you would start indoors. You would get it started. You could transplant it into another pot, put a little bit of root stimulator of your favorite, root stimulator in there to get those roots going. But get it outdoors as quickly as you can because time is of the essence with autoflowers. They will react just like a normal plant, and they will adapt readily to their new environment, whether it's in a larger pot or whether it's in the ground in a prepared bed or whatever you're putting it into. The only thing about them is that time frame. You don't have the luxury of kind of just hanging around and watching it grow for a while. And you really have to have it pre-planned, have everything ready to go so that you can just do it like clockwork and go click, 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 and you're done. You're in and you're out, and it's just a handy process for people who have a place outdoors to do it, and for some people who are in a bit of a tight place to do it, like if it's somebody's backyard or something like that, and you want to get it in and out before the neighbors even think about it, and you don't want a plant that's 12 feet tall because
that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. The autoflowers are like a maximum of probably about 3 feet tall, whereas mine are
8.
Oh, really?
I
really now. Hold on one sec. Hold on. That's a question I had. I was going to ask how big they get, because that would make an autoflower perfect for somebody who was using a box, right?
Yep.
Definitely. Yeah. And you're right. They don't get a 3 foot tall autoflower. That's on the tall side for an autoflower.
That was my max.
What kind of yield?
Yeah.
Can you expect from a Northern Lights autoflower?
Northern Lights is, I think that's more sativa dominant, is it not, Lori?
Yeah.
So,
I
think what it is. I think if I
remember, and I got anywhere from 1 to 3 ounces per plant.
Really, I think if I remember correctly, it's a 50-50.
Can I add something to the whole?
Of course you can, Chris.
The question in the chat room.
Yep.
When you were talking about moving the plant, whether it's a good idea or not, I'd say I wouldn't move it where they have such a short time frame they grow them. I wouldn't move that thing while it was in bloom, because the stunt that you're going to get is going to greatly affect your yield. So if you can move it before it's in bloom, I think that would be a really good idea.
Okay. Thanks for
that. That's absolutely
that.
right, Chris,
Yeah.
and that's why your pre-planning is so important. You need to have all your steps ready in advance so that you can go from one stage to the next. And you're absolutely right. Transplanting a plant that's already started to flower, it's not in its growth stage, so it's not going to be vigorously putting out new roots, and it needs to have that root system established when it starts to flower.
Yeah.
Man, you guys know a lot.
Maybe it was overestimating. Though they were up about my knee, Al.
Okay.
That's how big the plants were. Outdoors.
Yep.
The maximum.
That's not unusual. And as far as yield goes, that again is going to be strain dependent. It's going to be what kind of a hybrid do you have? Is it mostly sativa? Is it mostly indica? Right. And you're going to get a higher tended towards the higher yields with the indicas than you are with the sativa dominant ones. But then you've got phenotypes, and when you get into the hybrids between the two, you're going to put in 5 seeds, and if it's an F1 hybrid, F1 phenotype, then you can get it reverting back to any number of its original genetic parents.
Exactly.
So you could put in 5 seeds that are supposedly all the Northern Lights strain, but if it's a F1 hybrid, you could end up with a couple that are more sativa looking, a couple that are more indica looking, and a couple of others that only grew 18 inches. So it's kind of a crapshoot when you get into those genetics, and unless you've stabilized it, like every time you cross a strain back on itself, it goes from an F1, which is its first crossing. If you take those F1s and you get male pollen from them, you cross that strain back on itself, it becomes an F2, and then an F3 and an F4. And I've heard of strains that are as high as F16. Some of the a landrace strain is obviously one that is a good example of a very stable strain. It's one that's adapted over a lot of years, been crossed back on itself over and over and over. So every seed and every plant kind of comes out looking the same. It's really just in recent years with all this crossbreeding that we get this phenomena where you've got all these different phenotypes that all show differently from apparently the same seed stock.
I have another question from the chat room. We're getting some good questions today. During grow,
excellent.
They want 18 light. Do you give them veg fertilizer or flower fertilizer or flower booster fertilizer? 18 hours.
Okay, here's the way that works. When you're talking about 18 hours or 12 hours, that's kind of an indoor question. So yes, you want them to be 18 hours a day indoors, and you want to keep them in that state until they get approximately half the height that you want them to finish at. So in other words, if you want a plant that's 3 or 4 feet tall indoors, then when it's 18 inches or 24 inches, that's when you want to put it into 12 and 12. As far as nutrients go, yes, you want to give them those veg nutrients right from the start. When they're a very young plant, you started your nutrients at about half strength, and as the plant gets up to its third, fourth, fifth set of leaves, you start to bring that up to full strength. You'll keep it into the veg nutrients right through the first, until you put it into 12 and 12. And then once you put it into the 12 and 12 photo period, you're still going to give them those veg nutrients for maybe 10 to 14 days after you've triggered them to flower, because that's when they go into this sudden growth spurt and they can double their height. And that's why I say you want to look at it turning that photo period back when the plant is about half the height you want it to finish at, because the rule of thumb is when you go to 12 and 12, it's going to double its height. So, after about 10 to 14 days into that 12 and 12 period, that's when you switch over to the bloom fertilizer. You can start the bloom fortifier regimen and any other, little tricks and additives that you can put in there that are going to, things like carbohydrates, which are your bud candy and things like that, which that add girth and weight to a flower. They'll also add to the trichome development. So then you're going to stop at about 10 to 14 days before harvest. What you're going to do is you're just going to end that your nutrient you're feeding altogether, and you're going to go into what they call a clearing phase, where you're going to take the last 10 to 14 days, preferably using what they call a clearing solution, which is a flush for the first 7 days or so, and then just use straight pH balanced water for the last 7 days. And what that does, that flush acts kind of like a laxative to the plant. It entices the plant to just kind of let go of all of those nutrients that you've been feeding it, and it's been retaining in its leaves and its buds and its stems, and it just kind of just lets go of all of that, and it all comes out of the plant. And then the last little bit of water just to give it that final cleansing, you're going to end up with the kind of product that you really, really want. You can make it look nice, but when it comes to how does it taste, how does it feel on your throat when you inhale it, those are issues that are related to flushing. If you don't flush it properly, it's not going to taste good. It's going to bite the back of your throat. And, it's just generally not going to be as pleasant as if you do flush it. I mean, if you want it to looking good, they're all going to look good. But if you want it to look good, taste good, and feel good, then you really want to go through that process at the end of clearing the plant.
Dude, you know a lot.
Tip of the iceberg, Al.
I think that we're going to call it a night. And thank you for the questions, guys. And thanks for listening, who's ever listening. If you're listening to the podcast and you're not doing anything on a Friday night, pop over to lifestyleradio.ca and hang out with us. If you're recreational, we'll sit here and get high with you. If you're medical, we'll sit here and medicate with you. How's that?
We got time for me to get one little shameless little plug-in?
I was getting there.
Well, no, this is for almost a personal thing. Like with the anniversary of my burn coming up, I've also organized a fun run here in Lower Sackville, where I live.
Okay.
For the Nova Scotia Firefighters Burn Treatment Society.
Awesome.
And it also happens to be the same day as the Marathon of Hope. So I'm encouraging people to, if they're in this area or whatever, they can run 2 races at the same time and raise money for 2 different causes at the same time. And it's just something I've been wanting to do to try and pay back for them leaving me with my house. So.
It's the same track for both races?
Well, yeah, it is. Well, because the second one's not really a race. The Marathon of Hope, all they do is people can run, and they have to record the kilometers they run. And
so
regionally, it goes towards who run the most kilometers, right?
Yeah. So, yeah. That's awesome. That's
so
awesome.
yeah, just a bit of a shout out for anybody that wants to run a race for a good cause. It's April 10th coming up here in Nova Scotia. So,
Lori, you got anything you want to plug? Lori,
I'm going to be busy this Thursday, going to Parliament Hill to visit a research assistant and parliamentary advisor, and then hopping across the street to visit a senator, and hopefully get our message heard loud and clear in the movers and shakers of people that are trying to write the policy about us and make sure that we're not steamrolled over.
And Ross, can you do me a favor and quickly, because the question I forgot to ask you was, as of right now, who is the member of this task force? I want people to know that. And is there a place where people can go to check these people out? And hold on, we're one of those people, by the way. Just wanted to put that out there. We are what's called a broadcast partner, and we will be here to
media supporter. You are a media supporter. You're on the website. We've got your logo. The logo is linked directly to the Lifestyle Radio website. We also have the PACE radio show logo on there as a media supporter as well.
You go. Awesome.
But the main member organizations are the MCPAC, Medicinal Cannabis Partners Alliance of Canada, is one of the groups that is under this umbrella group. The Canadian Therapeutic Cannabis Partners Society, of which I'm on the board on that one. And then we have Maritimers Unite for Medical Marijuana, or MUM, with Debbie Stoltz-Giffen and amongst others who are involved with that group. And just recently, in fact, breaking news, we have just brought on a fourth member organization, and they are called the Haley Rose Foundation. And the Haley Rose Foundation was created to study, research, and educate the public on how vital and valuable the cannabis plant is. Haley Rose is the daughter of a lady named Cheryl Rose, and Lori, maybe you can help me a little bit on this, but I think
we've had
Haley
them both
has
on the show before.
Epilepsy, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, she has a form of, it's a Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. So it's, I think she was diagnosed back around the age of 7. And she had a lot of pharmaceuticals that I think further damaged her little body. And I met Haley 5 years ago, the same time I met Chris when we were all in Ottawa. And she's now, I think she's finished high school, turned 21, and has gone so many months without a seizure that she's just, I can't even begin to tell you how happy I am to see her in videos now, talking and expressing her heartfelt desire that the cannabis plant be made available to children who can be aided with it everywhere without the barrier of financial burden. And that is the main goal of the Haley Rose Foundation, I believe.
That's awesome. You mean it's safe for people under 25?
Well, safer than a drug-induced coma, I would say. Yeah.
I'm going to.
Safer than a big bull.
I'm just looking up here. I found a really cool place where you can get audio clips. It's called Audio Burst, actually, and they have been pulling some clips from our shows here at Lifestyle Radio. So there's actually, you guys are just saying goodbye and stuff. I think we're gonna listen to a clip from that show that we were talking about there with Haley Rose and her mom, Cheryl.
Awesome.
And I just got to find it because there's lots of different ones here. And we're going to try and put everybody together. Here it is here. As we go out, we're going to try and get everybody together that's our members so far of this, because I want people to hear the stories and know that the people involved in this new task force are representing you. People like Lori and Ross working very hard behind the scenes. Lori being on the Hill almost daily now, eh?
Oh, I wish. Once a week. I'm making it down once a week so far.
Well, this little...
Well, some days, 1 week I was in Ottawa 3 days in a row, so...
Awesome.
Yeah, that's a lot for me, I gotta say.
Well, I'm going to ask everybody to mute.
Meditate.
Yep, there you go. I'm going to ask everybody to mute, and I'm going to play this. It's just 30 seconds, and this is Haley Rose talking. It's listen to how happy Canadian Haley Rose is after beating epilepsy with cannabis. And this is the young lady that we were just talking about, and she is also behind with her mom the Haley Rose Foundation, right?
Right.
So this is the 420 radio show. Come on and listen to us Fridays, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And next week, I don't know what's going on, but we'll be here. Marcel will be back. We don't know what else is going on.
Maybe we'll have task force on next week.
Sure. Why not? Okay, so this is the clip. Then we're going to listen to Ross's commercial. And then we're going to listen to some Joker and the Thief. This is the 420 radio show. We out of here.
Night.
Peace. What are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
I'm feeling really, really good and very strong, very happy that I am now free, almost free of seizures, and 48 for 48 days. So I feel so much stronger and better, and much more better than I ever felt before in my whole entire life. This is like the best day ever. This is like a dream come true.
What led you to medical cannabis, and were you resistant?
That is so cool.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.